application on every pull request. With every new pull request, Nexploit will run all the security tests your app needs without false positives. We can integrate directly with your CI/CD pipelines, whatever your environment. So what are you waiting for? Add Nexploit to your project and start doing unit security testing today.
If I could share a best practice with the user community, I would like to tell you that your tests are too long. Everyone's tests are too long, don't feel bad about it. But when your tests are longer, they're harder to make parallelized, they're harder to repeat, they're harder to diagnose, and you can't make as much use of the test metadata you have. If I could share a best practice with the user community, I would like to tell you that your tests are too long. Everyone's tests are too long, don't feel bad about it. But when your tests are longer, they're harder to make parallelized, they're harder to repeat, they're harder to diagnose, and you can't make as much use of the test metadata you have. If I could share a best practice with the user community, I would like to tell you that your tests are too long. Everyone's tests are too long, don't feel bad about it. But when your tests are longer, they're harder to make parallelized, they're harder to repeat, they're harder to diagnose, and you can't make as much use of the test metadata you have.
As a developer, you need to deliver fast, and you simply don't have the time to constantly think about security. Neuralegion can help. We give you, the developer, comprehensive and fast security testing automation for your entire application on every pull request. With every new pull request, Nexploit will run all the security tests your app needs without false positives. We can integrate directly with your CI/CD pipelines, whatever your environment. So what are you waiting for? Add Nexploit to your project and start doing unit security testing today.
If I could share a best practice with the user community, I would like to tell you that your tests are too long. Everyone's tests are too long, don't feel bad about it. But when your tests are longer, they're harder to make parallelized, they're harder to repeat, they're harder to diagnose, and you can't make as much use of the test metadata you have. If I could share a best practice with the user community, I would like to tell you that your tests are too long. Everyone's tests are too long, don't feel bad about it. But when your tests are longer, they're harder to make parallelized, they're harder to repeat, they're harder to diagnose, and you can't make as much use of the test metadata you have. If I could share a best practice with the user community, I would like to tell you that your tests are too long. Everyone's tests are too long, don't feel bad about it. But when your tests are longer, they're harder to make parallelized, they're harder to repeat, they're harder to diagnose, and you can't make as much use of the test metadata you have.
As a developer, you need to deliver fast, and you simply don't have the time to constantly think about security. Neuralegion can help. We give you, the developer, comprehensive and fast security testing automation for your entire application on every pull request. With every new pull request, Nexploit will run all the security tests your app needs without false positives. We can integrate directly with your CI/CD pipelines, whatever your environment. So what are you waiting for? Add Nexploit to your project and start doing unit security testing today.
If I could share a best practice with the user community, I would like to tell you that your tests are too long. Everyone's tests are too long, don't feel bad about it. But when your tests are longer, they're harder to make parallelized, they're harder to repeat, they're harder to diagnose, and you can't make as much use of the test metadata you have.
Jack it up.
If I could share a best practice with the user community, I would like to tell you that your tests are too long. Everyone's tests are too long, don't feel bad about it. But when your tests are longer, they're harder to make parallelized, they're harder to repeat, they're harder to diagnose, and you can't make as much use of the test metadata you have.
Jack it up.
If I could share a best practice with the user community, I would like to tell you that your tests are too long. Everyone's tests are too long, don't feel bad about it. But when your tests are longer, they're harder to make parallelized, they're harder to repeat, they're harder to diagnose, and you can't make as much use of the test metadata you have.
As a developer, you need to deliver fast, and you simply don't have the time to constantly think about security. Neuralegion can help. We give you, the developer, comprehensive and fast security testing automation for your entire application on every pull request. With every new pull request, Nexploit will run all the security tests your app needs without false positives. We can integrate directly with your CI/CD pipelines, whatever your environment. So what are you waiting for? Add Nexploit to your project and start doing unit security testing today.
If I could share a best practice with the user community, I would like to tell you that your tests are too long. Everyone's tests are too long, don't feel bad about it. But when your tests are longer, they're harder to make parallelized, they're harder to repeat, they're harder to diagnose, and you can't make as much use of the test metadata you have. If I could share a best practice with the user community, I would like to tell you that your tests are too long. Everyone's tests are too long, don't feel bad about it. But when your tests are longer, they're harder to make parallelized, they're harder to repeat, they're harder to diagnose, and you can't make as much use of the test metadata you have.
Feel the waves cut are the sounds I'm breathing in. Hold tight, chemicals collide. Hold tight, hold tight, hold tight. Dripping lights paint the skies, all because of you. Dripping.
If I could share a best practice with the user community, I would like to tell you that your tests are too long. Everyone's tests are too long, don't feel bad about it. But when your tests are longer, they're harder to make parallelized, they're harder to repeat, they're harder to diagnose, and you can't make as much use of the test metadata you have.
As a developer, you need to deliver fast, and you simply don't have the time to constantly think about security. Neuralegion can help. We give you, the developer, comprehensive and fast security testing automation for your entire application on every pull request. With every new pull request, Nexploit will run all the security tests your app needs without false positives. We can integrate directly with your CI/CD pipelines, whatever your environment. So what are you waiting for? Add Nexploit to your project and start doing unit security testing today.
If I could share a best practice with the user community, I would like to tell you that your tests are too long. Everyone's tests are too long, don't feel bad about it. But when your tests are longer, they're harder to make parallelized, they're harder to repeat, they're harder to diagnose, and you can't make as much use of the test metadata you have. If I could share a best practice with the user community, I would like to tell you that your tests are too long. Everyone's tests are too long, don't feel bad about it. But when your tests are longer, they're harder to make parallelized, they're harder to repeat, they're harder to diagnose, and you can't make as much use of the test metadata you have.
Dried out tears of sorrow, lacking all emotion, staring down the barrel, waiting for the final gates to open to a new
If I could share a best practice with the user community, I would like to tell you that your tests are too long. Everyone's tests are too long, don't feel bad about it. But when your tests are longer, they're harder to make parallelized, they're harder to repeat, they're harder to diagnose, and you can't make as much use of the test metadata you have.
As a developer, you need to deliver fast, and you simply don't have the time to constantly think about security. Neuralegion can help. We give you, the developer, comprehensive and fast security testing automation for your entire application on every pull request. With every new pull request, Nexploit will run all the security tests your app needs without false positives. We can integrate directly with your CI/CD pipelines, whatever your environment. So what are you waiting for? Add Nexploit to your project and start doing unit security testing today.
I'm walking alone, the streets are empty. The only thing I can see is my own silhouette. I'm getting stronger, step by step.
If I could share a best practice with the user community, I would like to tell you that your tests are too long. Everyone's tests are too long, don't feel bad about it. But when your tests are longer, they're harder to make parallelized, they're harder to repeat, they're harder to diagnose, and you can't make as much use of the test metadata you have.
We are heroes tonight. Yeah. We are heroes tonight. We will fly above the sky. We are heroes tonight. And don't show any fear. I've been flying from town to town, from London to.
If I could share a best practice with the user community, I would like to tell you that your tests are too long. Everyone's tests are too long, don't feel bad about it. But when your tests are longer, they're harder to make parallelized, they're harder to repeat, they're harder to diagnose, and you can't make as much use of the test metadata you have.
Tonight, we will fly above the sky. We are heroes tonight.
If I could share a best practice with the user community, I would like to tell you that your tests are too long. Everyone's tests are too long, don't feel bad about it. But when your tests are longer, they're harder to make parallelized, they're harder to repeat, they're harder to diagnose, and you can't make as much use of the test metadata you have.
As a developer, you need to deliver fast and you simply don't have the time to constantly think about security. Neuralegion can help. We give you, the developer, comprehensive and fast security testing automation for your entire application on every pull request. With every new pull request, Nexploit will run all the security tests your app needs without false positives. We can integrate directly with your CI/CD pipelines, whatever your environment. So what are you waiting for? Add Nexploit to your project and start doing unit security testing today.
If I could share a best practice with the user community, I would like to tell you that your tests are too long. Everyone's tests are too long, don't feel bad about it. But when your tests are longer, they're harder to make parallelized, they're harder to repeat, they're harder to diagnose, and you can't make as much use of the test metadata you have. If I could share a best practice with the user community, I would like to tell you that your tests are too long. Everyone's tests are too long, don't feel bad about it. But when your tests are longer, they're harder to make parallelized, they're harder to repeat, they're harder to diagnose, and you can't make as much use of the test metadata you have. If I could share a best practice with the user community, I would like to tell you that your tests are too long. Everyone's tests are too long, don't feel bad about it. But when your tests are longer, they're harder to make parallelized, they're harder to repeat, they're harder to diagnose, and you can't make as much use of the test metadata you have.
As a developer, you need to deliver fast and you simply don't have the time to constantly think about security. Neuralegion can help. We give you, the developer, comprehensive and fast security testing automation for your entire application on every pull request. With every new pull request, Nexploit will run all the security tests your app needs without false positives. We can integrate directly with your CI/CD pipelines, whatever your environment. So what are you waiting for? Add Nexploit to your project and start doing unit security testing today.
If I could share a best practice with the user community, I would like to tell you that your tests are too long. Everyone's tests are too long, don't feel bad about it. But when your tests are longer, they're harder to make parallelized, they're harder to repeat, they're harder to diagnose, and you can't make as much use of the test metadata you have. If I could share a best practice with the user community, I would like to tell you that your tests are too long. Everyone's tests are too long, don't feel bad about it. But when your tests are longer, they're harder to make parallelized, they're harder to repeat, they're harder to diagnose, and you can't make as much use of the test metadata you have. If I could share a best practice with the user community, I would like to tell you that your tests are too long. Everyone's tests are too long, don't feel bad about it. But when your tests are longer, they're harder to make parallelized, they're harder to repeat, they're harder to diagnose, and you can't make as much use of the test metadata you have.
As a developer, you need to deliver fast, and you simply don't have the time to constantly think about security. Neuralegion can help. We give you, the developer, comprehensive and fast security testing automation for your entire application on every pull request. With every new pull request, Nexploit will run all the security tests your app needs without false positives. We can integrate directly with your CI/CD pipelines, whatever your environment. So what are you waiting for? Add Nexploit to your project and start doing unit security testing today.
If I could share a best practice with the user community, I would like to tell you that your tests are too long. Everyone's tests are too long, don't feel bad about it. But when your tests are longer, they're harder to make parallelized, they're harder to repeat, they're harder to diagnose, and you can't make as much use of the test metadata you have.
Jack it up.
If I could share a best practice with the user community, I would like to tell you that your tests are too long. Everyone's tests are too long, don't feel bad about it. But when your tests are longer, they're harder to make parallelized, they're harder to repeat, they're harder to diagnose, and you can't make as much use of the test metadata you have.
Jack it up.
If I could share a best practice with the user community, I would like to tell you that your tests are too long. Everyone's tests are too long, don't feel bad about it. But when your tests are longer, they're harder to make parallelized, they're harder to repeat, they're harder to diagnose, and you can't make as much use of the test metadata you have.
As a developer, you need to deliver fast, and you simply don't have the time to constantly think about security. Neuralegion can help. We give you, the developer, comprehensive and fast security testing automation for your entire application on every pull request. With every new pull request, Nexploit will run all the security tests your app needs without false positives. We can integrate directly with your CI/CD pipelines, whatever your environment. So what are you waiting for? Add Nexploit to your project and start doing unit security testing today.
If I could share a best practice with the user community, I would like to tell you that your tests are too long. Everyone's tests are too long, don't feel bad about it. But when your tests are longer, they're harder to make parallelized, they're harder to repeat, they're harder to diagnose, and you can't make as much use of the test metadata you have. If I could share a best practice with the user community, I would like to tell you that your tests are too long. Everyone's tests are too long, don't feel bad about it. But when your tests are longer, they're harder to make parallelized, they're harder to repeat, they're harder to diagnose, and you can't make as much use of the test metadata you have.
Feel the waves cut through me, hypnotized by the sounds I'm breathing in. Hold tight, chemicals collide. Hold tight, hold tight, hold tight. Dripping lights paint the skies, all because of you. Dripping.
If I could share a best practice with the user community, I would like to tell you that your tests are too long. Everyone's tests are too long, don't feel bad about it. But when your tests are longer, they're harder to make parallelized, they're harder to repeat, they're harder to diagnose, and you can't make as much use of the test metadata you have.
As a developer, you need to deliver fast, and you simply don't have the time to constantly think about security. Neuralegion can help. We give you, the developer, comprehensive and fast security testing automation for your entire application on every pull request. With every new pull request, Nexploit will run all the security tests your app needs without false positives. We can integrate directly with your CI/CD pipelines, whatever your environment. So what are you waiting for? Add Nexploit to your project and start doing unit security testing today.
If I could share a best practice with the user community, I would like to tell you that your tests are too long. Everyone's tests are too long, don't feel bad about it. But when your tests are longer, they're harder to make parallelized, they're harder to repeat, they're harder to diagnose, and you can't make as much use of the test metadata you have. If I could share a best practice with the user community, I would like to tell you that your tests are too long. Everyone's tests are too long, don't feel bad about it. But when your tests are longer, they're harder to make parallelized, they're harder to repeat, they're harder to diagnose, and you can't make as much use of the test metadata you have.
Drive
If I could share a best practice with the user community, I would like to tell you that your tests are too long. Everyone's tests are too long, don't feel bad about it. But when your tests are longer, they're harder to make parallelized, they're harder to repeat, they're harder to diagnose, and you can't make as much use of the test metadata you have.
As a developer, you need to deliver fast, and you simply don't have the time to constantly think about security. Neuralegion can help. We give you, the developer, comprehensive and fast security testing automation for your entire application on every pull request. With every new pull request, Nexploit will run all the security tests your app needs without false positives. We can integrate directly with your CI/CD pipelines, whatever your environment. So what are you waiting for? Add Nexploit to your project and start doing unit security testing today.
I'm walking alone, the streets are empty. The only thing I can see is my own silhouette. I'm getting stronger, step by step.
If I could share a best practice with the user community, I would like to tell you that your tests are too long. Everyone's tests are too long, don't feel bad about it. But when your tests are longer, they're harder to make parallelized, they're harder to repeat, they're harder to diagnose, and you can't make as much use of the test metadata you have.
We are heroes tonight, yeah. We are heroes tonight. We will fly above the sky. We are heroes tonight, and don't show any fear. I've been flying from town to town, from London to.
If I could share a best practice with the user community, I would like to tell you that your tests are too long. Everyone's tests are too long, don't feel bad about it. But when your tests are longer, they're harder to make parallelized, they're harder to repeat, they're harder to diagnose, and you can't make as much use of the test metadata you have.
Tonight, we will fly above the sky. We are heroes tonight, yeah.
Welcome
Good to
back
have
to
you
the
back.
second day.
Oh,
We
wow,
are
second
doing
day.
another
Second
day
day.
of testing, and tests can sometimes slow you down, but we're going to speed you up and we're going to get right to it. So let's go. Who are these people, you might be wondering? Well, let's just explain who we are, right? I am one of your MCs. Unfortunately, we're going to start with the introduction of the least handsome MC. So that's me, Metin Persinski. I am a front-end development consultant at Passionate People, a consultancy company based in Amsterdam. And they are currently outsourcing me at a medtech company called Aidence. And Aidence is using AI to detect early stage lung cancer in CT scans. So I'm helping radiologists detect early stage lung cancer, which basically means is that through HTML, CSS, and some JavaScript, I am now a doctor. So I would say pretty cool.
It is indeed pretty cool. I'm nowhere near being a doctor. I'm just Anna. Hi. I used to do software development, but recently my focus job-wise has switched to more on the monitoring side, like infrastructure monitoring and performance monitoring. And I do that at a company called Codecentric in Germany. And now let's switch to the most handsome NC in the round.
That's supposed to be me. No, I'm the clown. I'm here for comic relief. Hi, my name is Alex, but half the internet calls me Laka, so I don't know why you shouldn't. I'm a developer advocate for Fidel, Fidel API. Yesterday, I told everybody to Google Fidel API because that's how my boss pays me. And then my boss called me up and said, no, actually, you only get paid when people sign up for our API, not when you Google it. So please go sign up for Fidel API. We are an API that does real-time transaction notification for payment cards. I think that's what I do. Hopefully, my boss. Well, hopefully, I still do that tomorrow. And I'm here live from Bristol, UK. But looking at the map yesterday, people are from all over the world. I tried to. If you've missed yesterday, if by some miracle you haven't seen me try to make a fool out of myself saying hello in 6 different languages, I'm gonna give it another go today. Fair warning, Metin, I still haven't learned Dutch. Like I honestly tried to say hello in Dutch and then no. So I'm gonna go with what I know. Bonjour, hola, hola, ni hao, salve, konnichiwa, and guten tag, Anna.
Hi, guten Tag.
Well, that's painful. Well, once again, it's goedemiddag. Goedemiddag. You are now a Dutch citizen. And hopefully I have more Dutch citizens watching because I will feel all alone else. And with this 5,127 people, there should be some Dutch people, right? So, goeiedag naar alle Nederlanders die zitten te kijken.
I have no idea what that meant, but I hope all of you 5,000 people join us with all the interactive bits and pieces that we have all over the conference. And one of them is Slido. So grab your phone, go to slido.com and enter the code 6617 or scan the QR code that you are seeing right now. And there will be questions and bits of trivia that we are asking in between talks. Each of our speakers has submitted a question. And my first question for you is, how is your day? So my day is pretty exciting so far, but it's also a day where I'm already 3 cups of coffee in. So we'll see how the rest of the day goes. Oh, I see most of you are good and awesome. Make sure to answer. We will see more of your answers later on.
Yesterday, I was really, really excited to thank these 4 people. These 4 people are also known as the program committee, or the people who approved the call for paper. So in order to talk at the conference, you had to submit a call for paper with your talk, and then these 4 people decided if you were good enough or not. Hint, they decided I wasn't good enough to speak for 25 minutes, so instead they chose me to do 2 full days of talking. Thank you so much. Jose from Globe Testing Germany, Alexander from Ukraine, Anka from The Zone in the UK, and Mikola from Alteryx in the Ukraine.
Now, I really want to thank the program committee too, because they gave us Alex for 2 full days. So thanks a lot. But most important people to thank are our sponsors. running an event of this scale with this great speakers and great production value and pretty okay-ish MCs is not for free. So I want to give a shout out to Sauce Labs, Focus Reactive, Stackhawk, Neuralegion, and Testim for making this event possible. Be sure to check out their websites and their products if you haven't yet. Also, we have some people that helped spread the word, our community partners. And I want to give a shout out to them too. So be sure to check out Midudev. He's a Spanish content creator focusing on web development. He streams regularly on Twitch and creates videos on YouTube. We have Alan Richardson, aka the Evil Tester Consults. He coaches and mentors teams to help them test better, automate and deliver improved quality software. And we have Kevin Lamping. He's a front-end engineer who makes tutorials on YouTube. Kevin also recently wrote a great book on WebDriver testing, so be sure to check that out if you're using WebDriver. And last but not least, there's Weibenfalk. Weibenfalk teaches modern front-end development in a fun way. Check out his project-oriented courses created with love.
Thank you for that. That's if this is day one for you and not day two, like the rest of us. We're also doing a hashtag on Twitter. It's called TestJS Summit, and we've been looking out for tweets yesterday the entire time, because at the end of every day, we'll have a raffle for multi-passes to Git Nation conferences. Yesterday, 2 people won. We've got 2 more coming up today. To enter the raffle, you need to send a photo of how, where, or what device you're using to join this conference. Me, Metin, and Anna did both day 1 and day 2. We actually have a little surprises in there between our setups of day 1 and day 2. See if you can spot the differences. Now, I don't want to say the winners yesterday were both following me, but you get my meaning. If you wanna win, please go on Twitter and use the hashtag. I was talking about the multi-passes. If you go to gitnation.org/conference-multipass, you'll see what the multi-pass is about. It's a multi-pass for 4 conferences worth €200. If you don't know what euros are, like 80% of the world, it's kind of like better than dollars, worse than pounds, kind of in the middle. The conferences are going to be Node.js Congress in the middle of February, DevOps JS at the end of March, React Summit in the middle of April, and if coronavirus is still a thing by June, you can always watch JS Nation live in June.
Well, euros are better now than pounds with this whole Brexit thing, Alex. Don't be lying. We are saying a lot of things, and I can imagine that you have forgot some of these things. So just go to testjssummit.com if you get anything, and I'll explain everything that's on the website now. So here's a little screenshot of the website. Over there is the screenshot. Yeah, I'm pointing to the right side. Amazing. On the top, there's the main menu where you can go to the spatial.chat, the Discord server, there's the help desk, and another button, which is too small on my screen, but we'll get to that later. And then there's the main video player where you're probably already watching me. And here the talks will be, the Q&A sessions will be, when there's a break, there will be pretty advertisements. And that's how you get around on the website. Now, if you want to know what's coming up next, there's the timetable below the player, and that shows all the speakers that are coming up today, when their QA session is, and that's all interactive. So if you're in another room and want to switch to a particular discussion room or the main player, just click on the timetable to go to the specific event.
And if like us, you miss experiencing a conference with other people and just getting to know other people, we got you covered. We set up some virtual watch parties on Spatial.chat. Let me show you how that works. When you join Spatial Chat, you can decide if you want to join with your microphone only or your microphone and the camera. On the left side, you will see the list of rooms that we have available, like also the discussion rooms and the speaker rooms. And you will also have an avatar on the main screen that you can move around. You can move closer to the stage to hear the speaker better, or you can move to groups of people to talk to them better, just like in real life. The closer you are, the louder you sound.
Now that you mentioned Spatial Chat, thank you for that. We also set up discussion rooms on top of the watch parties in spatial chat. And these discussion rooms are still happening today, one on end-to-end testing with Dimitri and Gleb, both of them from Cyprus, at 6:30 Central European Time. And the other discussion room is around contract testing with Alexander. You might notice that I thanked him earlier today. That's because he's part of the testing, the program committee for the conference. The contract testing discussion room is at 7:30 Central European Time. Please join them for a nice discussion.
If you want to interact with people just like you did previously in the old days when we had real life events, we've got another great channel to interact with people. We have a Discord server set up, so in your email there should be a link that you can sign up for this. And be sure to at least sign up for the community channel and the talk-Q&A channel. In community, there's, well, community talks, so people will be talking there. And the talk-Q&A channel is where you can ask questions to the speaker that's currently speaking. And after the talk, me and our Alex will be asking these questions, your questions, to the speaker and have them answered right away.
And speaking of all these channels and ways to interact with, we want to say that we want everybody to feel safe at all times, and we want everybody to have a great experience at this event. So we do have a code of conduct. Go to testjssummit.com/COC, and if you haven't read the code of conduct yet, please do it now. If at any time you feel there has been a violation, either you feel harassed or you witness harassment, please email us at coc@gitnation.org and we will take care of it right away. We will not tolerate any form of harassment on any of our channels.
There's also a job board available online. If you're looking for a job, if you just want to kick the tires and see what's available, there are some of our sponsors, the companies that invest in education and make this conference possible, have job openings on the website at testjssummit.com/jobs. You can see job posts from Sauce Labs, Neuralegion, and Testim. And if you're like me and you miss physical conferences, not necessarily for the human interaction, but for all the swag you can take home, we've got you covered. On testjssummit.com/perks, a bunch of our sponsors have a lot of interactive challenges where you can either win a PlayStation, an Xbox, get a t-shirt. I'm not saying I signed up for everything, I'm saying I got the t-shirt. So go to testjssummit.com/perks if you want your digital swag.
Now, we have 2 days of knowledge sharing today and yesterday, of course, but if you want to go interactive more, you can sign up for the free workshops that are included in the ticket price. So all of you watching today are full ticket holders, so you have already paid for this. So make sure to get a day off next week from your employer so that you can follow these workshops. It's not even a whole day. Most of them last 2 or 3 hours, but they are high quality from our speakers. Like the first, you see some of these people have been speaking yesterday or were in the panel discussions, and some speakers from today. It's all really high quality content. So if you want to learn more, that's the place to do it.
And we are always working on making this event better and better with each iteration. So your feedback is important to us because it helps us do exactly that. Please go to testjssummit.com/feedback and tell us what you think. Tell us what's great already and tell us what we can improve upon.
I kind of also like to see what people thought about the poll, what people answered in the poll. So if we could get the poll with "How are you today?" up, I'd really be interested to see. Oh wow, people are good, great, and awesome. That's good. Happy Friday, everybody. Good, great, and awesome is Hakuna Matata. Come on, I wish Hakuna Matata was bigger. So if you've still got time to answer in the poll, some more Hakuna Matatas in there for the Lion King fans in the audience. But it looks like everybody's doing good for the second day of talks. It's with that note, Hakuna Matata Metin, I think it's time to start the conference.
Yeah, let's start with the real content. And we're right on time, amazing. No, we're right on time, amazing. So we're gonna start with our first speaker. He is called Gleb Bohumutov. You may know him from a company that some people that their tool you are using. It's called Cypress. I think a lot of people here will be using this tool. Actually, we had a poll yesterday and we know, what was it? Like 80, 90% of the people that are using some automation stuff are using Cypress. So I think a lot of people here are here to see Gleb. If you know Gleb a little bit better, if you follow this blog or visit his website at least, you know Gleb has been really active in the development community. He has like over 9,000 NPM modules and he's really into helping the environment, and you can see his website for more information on that. But first, let's visit his talk. Don't make these testing mistakes, and he will be going deeper in some best practices for Cypress. But before we do that, Gleb has asked us to ask you this question. I like writing tests because, and it's multiple choice. So the options are, they confirm my app works, they are fun to write, I want that sweet 100% coverage badge, and all of the above, of course, is also an option. So go into the Slido with your phone or whatever device you want to use and answer Gleb's question. Don't forget to ask questions if you have them in the Discord channel. Don't be shy. We'll ask them in the Q&A session. And for now, go to the community Discord channel and give a big round of virtual clap emojis for him. And let's get the show on the road.
Hey, this is Gleb Bakhmutov from Cypress.io. Thank you for inviting me. I want to talk about common mistakes people make when writing Cypress tests. But first, I want to remind that we are still in climate crisis. Despite COVID slowdown, we have to act and act now. You can change your life, or better, join an organization that fights together. You can join multiple organizations. I recommend those too. In this presentation, I'll cover common mistakes in Cypress tests. And then I'll talk about something we're trying to do to minimize the number of mistakes by improving our documentation. I'll finish with a discussion of our GitHub repository. You can find the slides online, and if you have questions, please find me on Twitter. Let's start with Cypress mistakes. So when people start writing Cypress tests, they forget that Cypress tests run in the browser. I know it's a simple fact, but it's easy to write something like this: require file system module and then try to read a file. Well, this will never work because the Cypress test executes in the browser. You would not be able to execute this code in your application browser code, right? So instead of trying to access the file system and operating system directly from your spec, you want to go through the Cypress commands that we provide to access the file system, node code, and your operating system. You can read file, write file, execute any program, or execute node code using task. The task is the most powerful command. That's the one that executes the node code that you write. For example, a very common use case is try to connect to a database. For example, if you want to reset the database before the start of a test. If you write your plugin file like this, it runs in Node. You can reuse part of your application code to connect to the database and then, for example, truncate the table on a task. We have very good examples of truncating the database and reseeding it with data in our Cypress real-world application. You can see that we're executing the task dbseed before each test. One little detail that I want to point out: if you look at the spec file names, well, here's an example of API test, and here's an example of a user interface phase. A very common mistake is not picking the right type of a test. If your test is hard to write, hard to maintain, has a lot of boilerplate, well, maybe you picked a wrong type of a test and struggling against the grain. If you're testing a user flow for a web application, it's an end-to-end test. If you're testing an individual piece of code, like a function or a class, you probably want to write a unit test. If you're trying to test a server and how it responds to a REST or a GraphQL request, you want to write an API test. If you want to see how a page looks and if it looks the same, or maybe some of the CSS styling has changed, you don't want to use individual assertions. You want to do a visual test that compares the page or an element pixel by pixel. If you want to test an individual framework component from React or Vue or Angular component, you want to write a component test. If you want to see how your page behaves in different resolution, you want to run your end-to-end test with different viewport. If you want to test accessibility, you want to write an accessibility test using a plugin. Finally, if you want to run Node code, not the browser code, but Node code, and test it, well, you cannot do it with Cypress today, but stay tuned because we are working on Cypress Node Test Runner. We often see end-to-end tests that are way too short. On the other hand, sometimes we see tests that are way too long. It's kind of a contradiction. You don't want to have too much money or not enough money. But here's an example of a test that are too short. I think these tests were written by someone who's used to unit test, where every test just has one assertion. In this case, we're getting an input element and asserting every attribute in a separate test. This is way too short. It's unproductive. We recommend putting all assertions related to that element into a single test. On the other hand, this test is probably way too long. This test goes through multiple fields on multiple pages, filling them out one by one. I believe this test takes way too long to be effective. Imagine if you're working on a feature and you have to make a change in your code and then wait for 30 seconds, a minute, 5 minutes, just to go through all the steps again and again. You're not very productive. If you split the long tests into smaller ones, you will actually detect the problem faster because when the test fails, you'll know exactly which feature has failed. If you split longer spec files into shorter spec files, then your CI will be able to run those spec files in parallel, speeding up the overall test run. And to be honest, the longer the test is, the higher is the chance that the browser will run out of memory and crash. So you'll have fewer CI crashes if you use shorter specs. Just remember, when you're writing a Cypress test, all commands are asynchronous, and also they all are queued to be executed one after another. A very common mistake is to use a local variable, like username, and then execute visit and find the element. But remember, those commands did not run. They were just queued up. So if you're trying to access that variable immediately, well, guess what? It will still be undefined at this moment. And so the else branch will always run. And your if branch never runs. So the right thing is to move all the code that gets the element into the then callback that executes after we visit the page and find the element. Then we can click on the right element depending on the element's text. I've discussed this question about chaining of commands in our presentations, and also our documentation goes into the detail and provides a lot of examples of right test and wrong tests. Another common example when writing end-to-end tests is not having enough assertions. So this is an example of navigation test. It goes to the home page, finds the link to the About page, clicks on it, confirms we're going to About page, then clicks on the link to go to the user page. So this is the flow we want to test. And the test seems reasonable. It actually finishes. We are finishing on the user's page. But if we look closely, there are a few red flags. For example, when we click on the About link, Cypress command log claims that we clicked on an invisible element. We also seem to have found the user's text before we navigated to the user's page. How is it possible? Well, In this case, we can use pause command and go through the test one by one, or use the time traveling debugger and go over the commands to see what happened and how did the page look at that particular moment. For example, if we're going to the get command that finds the text about on a page, well, we use that command to check that we are on about page, but look what happened. We accidentally found the text about on the main home page and not on the about page. So we actually passed this test accidentally and for the wrong reason. What we want to do, especially every time we do navigation, is to add assertions. For example, if we're clicking on the about page link, well, our application will do something in response. So before we do another command, we want to assert that that action has finished, but we actually navigated to the about page, and then we want to make sure that the text is there. If we look at the result and we hover over contains command, well, now we can see that clearly we are on about page and we find the text that we expect to find. So in general, just like a zebra, try to alternate commands and assertions to make sure that the test runner doesn't run away from the application and in fact does what you expect it to do. When you're adding assertions, you can add positive assertions. For example, trying to find elements and make sure there are 2 elements found and each has a class completed is a positive assertion. But assertions that start with not keyword, like an element should not have class completed, or the loading element should not be visible, these are called negative assertions. Be careful with negative assertions. It's easy to make a mistake. Here's just one example. Imagine my application is loading data. While it's loading the data, it displays a loading indicator. You write a test that visits a page and then says the loading indicator should not be visible. Well, the test passes. Everything is happy, right? Well, there are a couple of red flags. Look at the negative assertion. The loading indicator is not visible, but it seems to be happening before the AJAX request happens. How is it possible? Well, let's investigate. In my particular application, I can delay loading the data by passing a query parameter. So how does the test look now? Well, the test finishes, and then we see the loading of the data. So something is wrong. Our negative assertion passes before the actual event happens. All right? And this is actually correct. Our application doesn't show the loading indicator by default, right? So our assertion passes immediately, even before we load the data. The solution that I usually recommend is to always have a positive assertion that checks if the action starts before using a negative assertion. In this case, the positive assertion is the loading element should be visible, and then it should be invisible. And now it passes. This test is not the best test, actually, because it's flaky, because the loading indicator is so fast. What we really want to do is to make sure that we slow down the request using intercept command, and then it's clearly visible, and then it goes away. The biggest mistake, I think, in all of that is that people skip reading documentation. If you're not reading documentation, you're making a mistake. We know that documentation makes or breaks projects. We can see it. Our people tweet, or our users tweet, for example, my organization was evaluating automation framework. I was pushing for Playwright, but Cypress won due to perceived more available documentation and community support. We won for the right reason, I think. So every time I read our support forum and chats, I feel pain because I see so many questions. And every time a user has a question, to my opinion, it's a failure of documentation. It probably will be a support issue or maybe a lost customer for Cypress dashboard. We really want our users to find all the questions by themselves. Unfortunately, writing good documentation is hard because often it's contradictory. Some users need questions answered in different order. For example, first-time visitor might ask, show me hello world, while a repeat user might ask, show me how to do X first. And these demands are contradictory. We optimize our documentation structure for beginners. We put hello world first, and because we think there are 10 beginners for every advanced user. Every advanced user used to be a beginner. And then we add all our documentation to our structure, and we scrape all our documentation, and every answer can be found by search. We even scrape not just our documentation, but our blog posts and our examples, so you can find all the various pieces of information. I even look at the searches with no results. And then I take those searches and I write docs to answer those questions. You don't even have to use the browser to search our documentation. We released an NPM module called SciSearch that allows you to search our docs right from your terminal, so you never leave your favorite environment. If you want to know more about the way we structure our documentation and solve this problem, we have a couple of presentations. My personal goal is to have 10 times more Cypress examples and recipes than we have right now across all our documentation properties: docs, examples, blog posts, and even videos. The big problem there is to keep examples up to date and correct. There is nothing worse than finding an example, copying it, and then finding out it doesn't work. So here's an example how we solve it. Imagine there is a question in a chat: how do I toggle a checkbox? I see that question and I start writing a markdown document where I describe the question and provide HTML for the mini web application that has it. And then I write my test code in JavaScript block. Well, we have a markdown preprocessor for Cypress that allows us to use markdown files as specs. So we test those examples. Then we push and publish that markdown. It becomes a static documentation page. And then I answer the original question with a link. Of course, those documentation pages have been scraped and they're available for anyone to find the answer later. So we do not answer support questions directly, especially for private support, because it doesn't scale, because we'll have to do it again and again. And so instead, we update the documentation, create a new example, or write a blog post or a recipe, and then answer with a link, as you can see in my example. I believe that the support team should really automate their own jobs away, but by writing more docs and more documentation, examples, until all the users can find the answers themselves. So I want to finish with something important. Many people comment on our GitHub issues, and they're angry and frustrated because there are no solutions to their issues. Well, we have a lot of open issues in our repository. Our number of issues every month is tremendous. So for example, in January, we had 300 issues in a repository. We closed to 100, but 78 were open. A single 24-hour period shows a lot of activity. Even worse is number of mentions and comments and updates that happens every day. This is my mailbox, and it shows just emails from Cypress.io Cypress repository over maybe about 30-hour period. There is a lot of activity in our test runner. As you can see, I read most of it. If you have a problem, I suggest you first search our documentation. As I've shown, we put a lot of thought into the docs and the searches. If you don't find an answer, please, search our GitHub issues. Sometimes the GitHub text search is bad. So what you can do instead is look at the label that starts with topic. We have 60-something topics. Maybe there is a topic that matches your problem, like visibility, cross-origin, local storage, or network. Click on that label and look through the issues, open and closed. Maybe there's an issue already describing your problem. And if you don't find an issue that describes your problem, no big deal. Open a new one. We love it. So the most likely scenario for us to fix your problem or provide a workaround or a solution is for us to be able to reproduce it. If we can run the code and see the problem ourselves, the chances are higher that we'll be able to fix it. Now, you can use one of our starter repositories like Cypress Test Tiny or Cypress Example Recipes as the basis for your production, or you can prepare your own repository that we can install and run. Whatever you do, the most important thing is please fill the issue template. Sometimes we get the issues where we just see a screenshot or piece of custom code that says doesn't work. Doesn't work in what version of Cypress? What do you expect to see? Do you see any errors in the console? We have no idea. So please fill the issue template. But one shortcut you can take is to really limit your example to what's really needed to recreate it. So if you don't have plugins file or the support file, just set them to false so we know that those things are not important, and limit yourself to just reproducible example like that. I want to leave you with a last piece of advice to summarize. In order for you to write good tests without mistakes, please read the documentation. Thank you. I'm Gleb Bakhmutov. Find me online and also find the slides here. Thank you very much. Take care.
Okay, Gleb, thank you for giving us this amazing kickoff of the day. Before we go to Gleb's Q&A session, I want to go and look at the results of his poll. So please show me the results. Let's see. The biggest winner is they confirm my app works with, whoa, almost 60%. I'm surprised that there's only 10% that says they are fun to write. For me, at least with Cypress, I think it's really fun to just see your app moving and things are going around. Luckily, no one's just going for that 100% coverage, even though it's really sweet. And all of the above, of course, is the correct answer, right? But let's see what Gleb himself thinks. So Gleb, can you please join me on the stage?
Hello, everyone.
Hey. So what do you think? Were the answers correct for the poll?
The answers were absolutely correct. I myself picked the code coverage because I like seeing that green code coverage badge. I thought more people will pick all of the above. So this means there's still room to grow for Cypress and make it more fun to write tests.
Yeah, that coverage is actually, it's not the goal, but it is a nice way of seeing how good you're doing, right? At my current job, I was hired to help improve testing, and I went from 12 to 80%. That was my job, or it was like 17 to 70, something. I don't remember the exact percentages, but that's like, yes, I did a good job. So I hope people also get that satisfaction when their coverage percentage goes up. But people are here to ask questions. So let's go to the first question of the audience. I have a question from Marcus. What would be the advantage of using Cypress Node Test Runner over existing test runners, like an example, Jest?
So we were thinking, right? What is your dev experience while writing tests in Node? Right? And I'm not talking about unit tests, like the smallest piece. What if you wanted to test your Express server, right? Start it up and then execute requests against it and see what it does. And if there's a crash, what's your debugging experience when a test fails, right? So we were thinking of doing the same thing that we've done for browser tests, right? That means have a container where your Node process runs, where you can observe everything. That container can spy on every network request. It can spy on all file system access calls, on other process calls, right? And we'll give you a graphical user interface. So you'll see all your node tests, just like you see end-to-end test and all the commands in a test. And then you'll be able to trace back how your code behaves for every step of a test. All right. So this debugging experience, the GUI, the test results, the ability to actually go back to the failing test and not rerun it again, right? Like you do now, but actually being able to understand why it fails step by step. That will be different.
So that's the added, it's basically developer experience, if I can sum it up like that.
Yes.
Yeah. All right. Thank you. Next question is from Lias. Does the use of data test or test selectors is good?
Absolutely. We think so. We recommend putting special data attributes on your elements that you want to select. For example, a button for clicking or text for assertion. So we have best practices guide in our documentation that explains our logic. We think dedicated selectors are easy to understand and kind of give you a hint. Hey, use me for your testing. Don't remove me, right? Don't accidentally change me like you can do with classes. A lot of people like using Cypress testing library that selects by role, by text, by form input label. We absolutely encourage that as well. If you find you write better tests using Cypress testing library, use those selectors as well. Just make sure don't use some weird 10 power deep XPath selector, right? So that's the only thing.
Okay. Next question from Artem. Wouldn't network-based await be better for ensuring the navigation is finished?
Right. So when you write Cypress test, right, and you visit a page or you click a button, it navigates to another page, how do you know that it has finished, right? How does your user know that it's finished? Well, the user probably either sees the URL change, right? That's one way. Another way, the user sees the new page. The user doesn't care if there is a network call that happens. No, the user wants to see the updated page. So we'd kind of advise you to observe the page, just like the user, and know that you finished the page like that. You can observe network calls if you, for example, spying on the data, if you're confirming the deep behavior of your application. But don't make it your primary observation, I would say.
So you kind of tie into the ideology of, well, you mentioned it, testing library that tests as much as possible like the real user.
Yes.
Yeah. Question number 3 from Artem. Oh no, that's the one we just had. Sorry. Question from NOF 3412. What would be a good pattern to test a bigger user journey, like a shopping experience without checkout?
Go through the whole story. Just write the test that loads the page, picks an item, puts it in the cart, picks another item, puts in the cart, clicks on the cart, asserts number of items is correct, fills the payment information, shipping information, and then click submit. Now, when you click submit, you don't want that call to actually go to some third-party payment gateway, right? You probably want in your test to intercept that call using our intercept command and confirm that what's going to the third party is what you actually entered and expect, right? So you write the full test. But then you start testing all the edge cases, right? What happens if shipping is incorrect, right? And you might kind of bypass and split that long test into parts, picking items would be one test. But maybe, entering shipping information, right? So start with a simple user journey all the way to the end, maybe stub outgoing call, confirm it goes out correctly, and that will be a test.
Okay. That's the last question we could do. We have no more time, but if you ask the question in the chat and you need that sweet answer, Gleb will be in his speaker room available. So go down here to the timetable, click on the speaker room, and Gleb will be there shortly. Gleb, I want to thank you a lot for joining us today and hope to see you again soon.
Absolutely. Thanks for having me. Happy testing, everyone.
Bye-bye. With that, I would like to invite you to go to Slido once again and answer the simple question, how did you like Gleb's talk? Just give him a star rating and it will give some nice feedback for Gleb that he did a good job. Before we go to our next speaker, I want to give a shout out to one of our platinum sponsors, Sauce Labs. Sauce Labs is the platform developers trust to help them deliver better software faster. Use Selenium or your preferred JavaScript framework to run end-to-end tests on the Sauce Labs continuous testing cloud and be confident your apps will work, function, and perform exactly as they should in every browser, OS, and device. You can learn more on saucelabs.com. Now, our next speaker is Arjan Adam. And Arjan is one of the developers at Microsoft working on Playwright. And I think it's a really nice going from a Cypress developer to a Playwright developer. And you can see what the power of Playwright is in his talk. He's going to tell us how to be testing the modern web with Playwright. But before we go there, once again, go to slido.com and answer the question that Arjan has provided for us. Quite a simple question. Have you ever tried Playwright yet? And it's yes or no, or you can answer planning to try. So once again, go to slido.com if you haven't yet and answer Arjan's question. And with that, well, don't forget to ask questions on Discord in the Q&A channel. Arjan, let's get the show on the road, and don't forget to give him some nice clap emojis in the community channel.
Hi, my name is Arjun, and I'm excited to be here at TestJS and talk to you about testing. I'm a program manager at Microsoft, where my team is building Playwright. Playwright is a new library for cross-browser end-to-end testing of web applications. In this talk, I'm going to talk to you about testing the modern web. My team and I have interacted with hundreds of testers and developers that are building modern web applications, and we've shaped Playwright for their needs. I'm also going to show you the core ideas behind Playwright and hopefully convince you why Playwright is the right testing tool if you're building a modern web application. Let's jump right in. Let's start by talking about the modern web platform. The modern web platform is more capable than ever before. Web browsers have matured significantly over the last few years. They run on every device we have, including our desktop, our phones, and smart TVs. There's also been a continuous inflow of new features on the web platform. For example, the web can now detect your current location, it can connect to Bluetooth devices, and also interact with your file system. The pace of innovation in the web platform has been incredible. These changes in the web platform have powered innovation in the application world. If you look at desktop applications, they're very similar to what they were 10 years ago, but web applications look very different. Web applications of today are full-blown applications that have rich and responsive interactions. We're building single-page applications that are built with newer reactive JavaScript frameworks. We're also building PWAs that are replacing native applications. The platform and our applications on the web have both evolved significantly. With these changes, we've also seen changes in how teams are operating. Teams of developers and testers are actually moving faster. Lots of teams are building applications today, and there's competitive pressures which are pushing teams to ship faster because that is how they achieve their business goals. This has led to teams adopting newer workflows like CI/CD and continuous deployment. And teams are also looking for automated testing solutions so that they can release even faster. Unfortunately, end-to-end testing has not evolved as quickly as the web itself. Let's talk a little bit more about that. End-to-end testing needs to actually evolve for the changes that we talked about in the modern web. For example, tests need to be able to automate newer platform features that are showing up across browsers. These include capabilities that are available on desktop browsers, capabilities that are available on mobile browsers, and even capabilities that are being powered in smart TVs. Teams are actually struggling to be able to automate all parts of their application because their tests cannot actually cover all the capabilities that they're using. The applications of today are also harder to automate. Tests cannot keep up with how reactive frameworks work, right? And so teams that are building rich single-page applications find that their end-to-end tests are flaky. They're not able to reliably automate user interactions on their applications. What happens as a result is that end-to-end tests that are actually supposed to help you move faster are actually slowing teams down. Teams end up having to add sleep timeouts or retries to be able to manage reliability issues. Teams are struggling with coverage issues because they're not able to automate all parts of their application. And therefore, end-to-end tests are actually slowing teams down when they actually need to be able to ship faster. These three problems are actually the reason why end-to-end testing has not been able to evolve for the modern web. And these three actually give us really the three pillars of modern web testing. Modern web testing needs to be capable so that it can actually automate all possible capabilities of the modern web platform. Modern web testing also needs to be reliable, which means it needs to be able to reliably automate user interactions with highly rich and responsive web applications. And finally, modern web testing needs to be fast, which means it needs to be able to speed up our shipping and release processes instead of slowing them down. Any testing solution for the modern web needs to cover capable, reliable, and fast, the three pillars of modern web testing. We've actually focused on these three core ideas while building Playwright, which means Playwright is actually focused on capable automation without any trade-offs. It's also focused on reliable automation without any flakiness or timeouts. And finally, Playwright enables fast execution, just like unit tests. And so you can actually use end-to-end tests with Playwright to be able to actually speed up your workflows and not slow them down. For the rest of the talk, I'm going to zoom into each of these three core ideas and actually show you code on how they're actually implemented in Playwright and how you can actually make the most use of them in your tests while you're actually shipping your applications. Let's start with capable. Capable automation without trade-offs. Let's start and look at some code. So what I have here is a very simple snippet that uses Playwright in JavaScript. Now, Playwright is at its core a tool for you to write end-to-end tests for your web application, which means with the Playwright API, you can actually automate browser interactions. You can launch a browser and automate interactions that are happening inside that browser window. In this particular code snippet, I'm actually using Playwright to launch an instance of Chromium. Now, Chromium is the browser engine that's actually used inside Google Chrome and Microsoft Edge. Once I've launched that browser, I'm then opening a new page, which means I'm opening a new tab in that particular browser window with Playwright. And then that particular page is navigating to the TestJS homepage. Finally, I'm closing the browser and wrapping up my basic script. Playwright is enabling this, which means you can actually use Playwright to automate Chromium. Along with Chromium, you can also use Playwright to automate Firefox and WebKit. This is, these three really make Playwright the right cross-browser testing tool for the modern web, as Chromium, Firefox, and WebKit actually cover the three main browser engines that are used in modern browsers today. We've talked about Chromium, which powers Microsoft Edge and Google Chrome. Firefox powers Mozilla Firefox, and WebKit is the browser engine used inside Apple Safari. Playwright provides you an API that can basically automate all the three browsers. And in this particular code snippet, we're actually launching an instance of WebKit and then doing the same interaction. One notable thing here is that Playwright WebKit is actually available across all platforms, which means you can actually use WebKit to test for Safari issues in your Linux CI environments, for example, and that's made possible with Playwright. Let's see let's see how more of these capabilities work. With Playwright, you can actually have browsers running in both headless and headful modes, which means that I can actually run my tests on CI in headless modes so that the UI is not visible and my tests actually run faster. But I can also run these tests locally in headful mode, where I'm actually looking at the UI and seeing what has happened in the browser. This functionality, again, is available across all platforms. When we are testing for our modern web applications today, it's not just about testing them on our desktop environments. We are also building applications for mobile devices. With Playwright, we can actually emulate mobile environments with our cross-browser tests. So when I'm launching an instance of WebKit now, I'm actually specifying that the WebKit page should emulate the iPhone 11 device. This means that my page will have the right viewport, just as an iPhone 11, and would enable mobile-specific features like touchscreen events. Talking more about capabilities, right? We talked about how the web today can detect your current location. When you're launching a browser with Playwright, you can actually use these newer web features. In this particular snippet, I'm actually launching the browser and specifying dark mode to be enabled. I'm also then specifying a particular geolocation for that browser window. I'm specifying a bunch of permissions and locale. This way, my browser is actually working as if I have a mock current location, and gives you, a quick preview of how Playwright, enables newer web features so that you can actually test your applications for those capabilities. The other important capability that I want to highlight here is that Playwright can also intercept network activity. In this particular snippet, when I launched a browser and created a new page, I set up a mock API so that my API endpoint essentially returns an error code. This gives me the ability to actually test for an error scenario with Playwright's network capabilities. And then finally, another capability to highlight is that Playwright can actually automate interactions across multiple pages. You're not limited to one particular page. In this example, I'm launching an instance of the browser, creating a new page on it, and then opening a new pop-up. We can then automate that pop-up with Playwright. What we just saw was automation without trade-offs. You were able to automate all modern web browsers. You were able to get headless and headful execution across all platforms. You also saw device emulation for mobile testing and the best coverage for modern web platform APIs. If you're using any of these APIs, Playwright is really the best tool to be able to author and create your end-to-end tests so that you can actually ensure that all features of your application are covered with your end-to-end tests. That wraps up the capability section. Let's now talk about reliability. As we just talked about earlier, reliability is essentially the problem of being able to automate user interactions on your application without having your tests flake. In a lot of cases, users have to actually author timeouts, which means they need to sleep. They need to make their tests sleep for some time so that they can actually reliably automate. This creates a whole bunch of problems because timeouts actually lead to flakiness. Playwright solves these problems in a very unique way. Let's see how. The key thing to note about Playwright is that Playwright can actually listen to browser events. It can actually get events from the browser and actually understand what's happening in your application when it's running inside the browser. In this particular snippet, I'm launching an instance of Firefox, I'm creating a new page, and then I'm setting up a new event listener for that particular page. I'm basically saying whenever my application throws a console log, it should show up in my test. Playwright is not limited to console logs. I can also listen for other events, such as the DOM content loaded event. The DOM content loaded event is an important lifecycle event when your application or your web page is actually loaded inside the browser. And I can actually listen for this event as a part of my test. I can also listen to network activity. For example, I can check for whether a particular WebSocket connection has been opened. This ability to listen to events gives Playwright the ability to wait for precise events instead of having to wait for blanket sleep timeouts. This makes your tests highly reliable. Now, Playwright uses this functionality internally on every interaction. Now, in this snippet, I'm launching an instance of Firefox, and then I'm going to github.com, and I'm clicking on a button. Notice that I did not have to use any sleep timeouts. This is because a page.click in Playwright is automatically waiting for the right conditions. It's waiting for the element to be visible. It's waiting for the element to stop animating. It's waiting for the element to receive click events. All of this is internally done for you so that your user interactions can reliably go to your applications and test your applications. This makes your tests significantly easier to write and maintain over time because you don't have to worry about custom wait conditions or sleep timeouts. In a lot of cases, these defaults just work out of the box. But in case you're looking for more control, Playwright also provides you APIs to actually author your own custom wait for condition. Now, these wait for conditions, again, use the same entire event logic, and which means that you don't have to worry about guessing guessing the amount of time this would take. You can actually write that precise condition and make sure that your tests actually wait for it. Now, this essentially shows how Playwright is more reliable. It essentially means that you don't need to actually guess on how long something would take. You can actually use events to verify that application state. And this is wrapped up automatically for all interactions inside Playwright, which means everything that you do in Playwright has built-in auto waits and retries. And then finally, if your application requires custom logic, you have powerful wait for APIs that you can use and actually author your wait for conditions. This feature differentiates Playwright from other testing tools and actually improves reliability. Now let's talk about fast execution. Developers and testers are generally very happy with their unit tests because unit tests run reliably and are fast to execute. However, that's not the case with end-to-end tests because end-to-end tests depend on browsers, and browsers can be slow, especially when it comes to launching and closing a browser. If you're running hundreds of tests, being able to sort of run hundreds of browsers is a very expensive operation, and that actually drastically makes your tests slower. To solve this in Playwright, we've actually introduced a new abstraction layer. Let's walk through this code snippet to show you how it works. So in this snippet, I'm using Playwright to launch an instance of WebKit, which is the browser engine used inside Apple Safari. Now, in this browser instance, I'm actually creating a new context with the browser.newContext API. Inside the context, I'm then now opening my pages and doing interactions like I was doing earlier. What we've done here is that we've created a new abstraction layer on top of this browser instance called the browser context. This browser context essentially can host multiple web pages inside it. Now, it's very cheap to create browser contexts, which means you can actually spin up multiple browser contexts without having to worry about the time it takes to launch and close a browser. This significantly speeds up your tests. Now, there are a few properties of browser contexts that I want to highlight. The first is that browser contexts are actually completely isolated from each other, which means that you can actually create multiple browser contexts, run isolated tests without having to worry that they would affect each other. In this particular code snippet, I'm actually launching an instance of Firefox, and then I'm creating two contexts in it. The first context is an empty context, and the second context is context with authentication. In the second context, I'm adding particular cookies. Now, this essentially means I can actually run my tests in two different scenarios. The first is no authentication, empty state, which is a great way to test your marketing websites. The second context is context with authentication, which means you can actually test for workflows that require authentication. Cookies in the second context will not affect the first context. This basically ensures that if we have hundreds of tests, they can run in concurrent isolated environments through browser contexts without having to spend time to launch and close browsers. The other interesting thing that browser contexts enable is emulation. We looked at how you can use Playwright to automate device testing for iPhone or iPad devices. In this particular example, I'm actually launching an instance of WebKit, and then I'm actually specifying the two devices I want to test, the iPhone 11 and the iPad Pro 11. Now, when I'm creating this browser instance, I can then create browser context on it. And I'm basically looping over the devices to test and essentially creating a new context for every device that I want to test. Once I have that browser context, I can then open multiple pages inside it and navigate to the pages that I want to. This essentially means that we had one browser instance, but we were able to actually reuse that browser instance in the form of browser contexts to be able to run multiple tests across multiple devices. Browser contexts therefore not only make your tests faster, they also give you a lot more capability to be able to run emulation scenarios, for example. This is essentially how Playwright is making your end-to-end tests a lot faster, right? Despite browsers being slow, we're able to create a new abstraction layer called browser contexts, which are much faster. Browser context parallelize execution with a single instance, which means you can just launch one browser, but then actually create parallelized execution environments. Each of them are isolated from the other, and you can have multiple pages being opened inside one browser context. This makes your tests significantly faster and gives you more capabilities, like we just talked about. Capable, reliable, and fast. These are essentially the three core ideas behind Playwright. And we've talked about how Playwright enables capable automation without trade-offs, how it enables reliable automation without having to worry about flakiness or timeouts, and how it enables fast execution, just like your unit tests. To use Playwright, just use npm. Npm install Playwright can set you up with the latest stable version. When you install Playwright for the first time, it would download your browsers, which means you're ready to go for cross-browser testing. If you prefer to use something else other than JavaScript, you can also use Playwright in other languages. Playwright fits your preferred toolkit, which means you can use Playwright in JavaScript, Python, C#, or even Java. You can also use Playwright with any test framework and any assertion library and deploy it to your preferred CI/CD environment. And finally, to learn more about Playwright, just wrapping it up with a few interesting links. The first is our documentation website at playwright.dev. You can also find us on GitHub in the Microsoft org under the Playwright repo name. And finally, you can join our Slack to actually interact with other users who are using Playwright for their end-to-end tests, and also reach out to the Playwright team. We're all on Slack. Thank you so much for attending this talk.
Thank you, Arjun. That will make a lot of people curious to try out Playwright who haven't yet. I can recommend you doing so. Before we go to his Q&A, we are going to have a look at the results from Arjun's poll. So what are the results? The results are in, and let's see. Have you tried Playwright? No, 73%. Well, we got to get those numbers up for the next time we're having an event. So be sure to check it out. And 18%. We just saw it bump from 17 to 80%, 18%. So you're doing a good job, Arjun, of convincing people of the power of Playwright. Arjun, could you join me on stage?
Hey.
Hey, welcome. Are you happy with these numbers? 18% of the people saying that they're going to check it out?
Yeah, I'm always excited to see folks trying out new tools. Playwright is something that we released last year, and we've been seeing sort of a good entrant, a good yearly summary, with our sort of rising star summary and the state of JavaScript survey. And it's exciting to see the interest and excitement around Playwright. And I'm sure it'll only grow. And we'll be constantly sort of tracking those numbers and making sure that we are actually satisfying that interest with the product.
Yeah. So you're talking about adaptation. So can you share some insights, maybe some secrets about companies that are using Playwright?
So we released Playwright as an open source repository almost a year ago. In fact, in 21st January last year, and we released 1.0 in May. So we've been in sort of ready for production really for about 7-ish months now, and since then we've actually have thousands of developers and testers use Playwright across the different sort of language bindings. So, you can use Playwright in JavaScript or Python. And we recently also, released Java support. There are a bunch of internal teams that are using Playwright. So the VS Code team, for example, is, testing everything on Playwright. The Bing team, runs about 40,000 tests on Playwright. And there are a bunch of external teams that are, also using Playwright. Adobe is a big customer. They have a bunch of teams internally who are using Playwright. In terms of open source projects, the Material UI, library is a big sort of Playwright user. We actually just recently upgraded our homepage. So if you go to playwright.dev, it actually shows logos of customers, and that's a good place to sort of track just the big names that are on the Playwright on the Playwright train.
Well, probably after today, we're going to be able to add some logos on the website homepage. I want to go and ask you the questions from our audience. The first one is from Aaron McAdam. Which particular use cases is Playwright good for when you're comparing to Cypress?
Sure, yeah. So, Cypress is an amazing tool, and we are very impressed with their sort of developer experience. In general, we've tried to sort of focus on, to begin with, we've tried to sort of focus on some of the sort of scenarios that Cypress cannot fully automate. For instance, if you want to actually run automation scenarios that are across domains, across multiple pages, across sort of cross-domain iframes, Playwright is super appropriate for that. If you want to have tests that involve native input events, or even like hovers or touchscreen events, some of these capabilities are much easier to do in Playwright. In general, Playwright has very few trade-offs, right? And our pitch really is automation without trade-offs. So if your tests actually require high capability automation tooling, Playwright is the right tool for you. In general, aside from sort of the capability question, Playwright is also sort of focused on a few sort of gaps in the market that Cypress is not essentially focused on. For example, if you prefer a different language, if your team actually prefers, using something like Python or Java for, automated testing, you can actually use that with Playwright itself, and get the speed and reliability improvement that Playwright makes available, in JavaScript. So, other browsers, other languages are also, possible. Even cross-browser support on Playwright is better in the sense that, you can actually test for WebKit, which is the browser engine used inside Apple Safari. And notably, the Playwright support for WebKit is cross-platform, which means you can actually use WebKit testing on on Mac OS or on Linux or Windows, right? So if you have a mobile web application which is used by users on Safari, and you have like a Linux CI/CD agent, you can actually use Playwright to run your automated tests for WebKit essentially. So better browser support, better language bindings, and capability automation really without any trade-offs is really our pitch for Cypress.
Yeah, super nice that you can also run this WebKit on a Windows machine. I think that really helps if you have a big team when people are using Mac OS and Linux and Windows, of course. Yeah, super powerful, I guess. Next question is from Danny. Can you share something about your roadmap for this in the upcoming year?
Yeah, for sure. I think what's been amazing actually is we've seen lots of amazing traction over the last 1 year. And with any sort of new tool, there's tons of user feedback. Tons of sort of GitHub issues or Slack community messages, or just engage users getting onto conversations with us, and that is essentially what's helping us shape our roadmap for this year. Our current focus is on making the getting started experience of authoring your tests even easier. And sort of debugging your tests easier. So one of the things that we released in preview last year was a test runner, an integrated test runner for Playwright, right? Which means you don't actually necessarily have to use something like Mocha or Jest and figure that integration for yourself. With the integrated test runner, you'll actually get a full, complete sort of end-to-end testing tool, which would simplify the experience of, getting started significantly. Similarly, maintaining your tests over time is obviously the hardest part, when it comes to end-to-end testing. And better debugging is something that a lot of our users have asked for, and something that we are we always wanted to sort of build that, but this is a priority for this quarter. We've been doing monthly releases. Playwright 1.8 was live last week. Playwright 1.9 goes live in February, and actually has an amazing sort of debugging UI. Which will actually help you sort of maintain your tests over time. So, lots of authoring and debugging improvements really, which will be live over the next, quarter or so. And that's really our priority. So that's our roadmap, for Playwright.
And people can just influence it by joining your Slack server, I understand. So
yeah,
Danny, if you want to influence it, you can do it.
I
that's
think
all the time
that's
we have.
The beauty of. Sorry.
Oh, no, go ahead.
Yeah, I was just saying,
Pretty
that's the beauty of open source software, right? I mean, GitHub issues or Slack, our product development and roadmap is fully transparent, and we are always seeking feedback.
All right. So Danny, if you want to add something to the roadmap, you can just do it yourself. For the rest of the questions, Arjun is now going to go to his speaker room, and if you want to talk to him more about Playwright, now is the time. Arjun, I want to thank you a lot for joining us here, and hope to see you again soon at the next big event.
Thank you. Thank you for having me here.
Bye. So that was Arjun's talk. Before we continue, of course, go to slido.com and let us know, what did you think of his talk? Rate him a 5 or a 5, and maybe a 5 would also be an option. And now, that's the end for me. I'm going to give it over to Alex. Hey, Alex, how are you doing?
Thank you, Martin. Thank you. That was really interesting. Don't forget, everyone, go and check out Arjun's feedback on Slido while you can. In the meantime, I'd like to thank one of our platinum sponsors, Focus Reactive. They're a London and remote-based consultancy specializing in enterprise Jamstack websites, headless CMS adoption, as well as generic React/Node software engineering. If you need me to keep using this voice for your commercials, send me a tweet. I'm getting really good at this. I've got practice. I'd like to welcome our next speaker on stage. I'm afraid that I won't be able to pronounce the name though, so I'm going to stick with Rotem. Rotem is a software engineer, open source advocate, passionate about Android, React Native, mobile performance, writing developer tools, and Lego. That's interesting. Lego is one of my passions as well. In his current position at WIC, Rotem is leading the team working on Detox. So it's not going to be a big surprise if his talk is about Detox, right? The talk is called Detox, the Unobtainable Test Stability, or is it? Rotem also prepared a question for you. So before his talk, during his talk, towards the end of his talk, please go on Slido, put in code 6617 as usual, and answer the question, what tools do you use for mobile test automation? Some of the options include Detox, shocker, Detox, Appium-based Espresso, Xsky test, or other tools. Pick Detox. Be a fan and pick Detox. But what's your mobile test automation? Without further ado, I'd like to welcome Rotem on stage. Don't forget, you can always ask questions on Discord during Rotem's talk at the end of it, and give him a round of big virtual applause. Rotem, please take the stage.
Hello, everyone. I'll start a bit with the motivation for this talk. Detox is a gray box testing solution for mobile applications. It manages sync between test code and the app, so the users don't have to do it manually. Despite eliminating the user's need to do so and the abundant documentation and guides, developers and testers can still get tripped upon bad usage patterns, misconfiguration, and suffer from poor test stability. We know and we feel this pain every day internally at Wix. So in this talk, I aim to explain how Wix is using Detox internally and how we manage configuration, how we fight flakiness, and some of the best practices we've developed over almost 3 years building and using Detox in our CI process. We'll also discuss the endless drive towards zero manual QA, which always seems in reach if you only overcome that just one last technical hurdle. So hi, I'm Rotem. I'm a software engineer working at Wix. In the past 4 years, I've been working on Detox since its inception. In the past 2.5 years, I led the team behind Detox, and recently I left this role in order to join Wix's server infra group. In the picture, you can see me with two of my favorite side projects, especially now during the third full lockdown in Israel. So in order for us to get everything into the right context, we'll start at the beginning. Detox was built at Wix in order to solve a growing problem with flaky end-to-end tests, especially on our then new React Native application. The main idea was to follow the approach successfully executed by Espresso and Earl Grey. These are two gray box testing projects created by Google for Android and iOS respectively. As opposed to black box testing, where the tester needs to decide how much time they wait for the app to finish what it's doing before sending the next action or expectation, with the gray box approach includes running a synchronization mechanism inside the app under a test to detect the busyness and the idleness of the process. Then it only interacts with the app when it is considered idle, meaning it has no more events to handle, no more network requests, no more animations, no more transitions. It's actually doing nothing. This approach guarantees that any action or expectation that with the app will only happen when the app finishes processing everything, and nothing will change anymore until the next user action. In order for us to talk of how we incorporate end-to-end testing inside Wix, let's also discuss how Wix's mobile app is architected. So in a bird's eye view, there are 4 types of parts which we build the app from. The first part is what we call the engine. It's the backbone of the application. It's an entity that includes all the native code and all the API registry for all the modules that are built on top of it. So they can communicate with one another and with the engine. The infrastructure libraries used with the engine, most of which are actually open source, and the engine itself are usually written in languages native to the platform. So it's Objective-C and Swift for iOS and Java and Kotlin for Android. And alongside all this is wrapped with a unified JavaScript API. The second type is our UI library, aka React Native UI lib. This is an open source project. And this is the project which all the UI is built on top of, including, and it includes a lot of JavaScript and native components. Module is a single product. It's a blog, or we have a lot of them in the app. These are this can be a blog, store manager, CRM, chat. We have a few of those, and those expose their API, expose an API of itself to consumers, and also it consumes the engine's API. It consumes, of course, UIlib, to build its own UI and other modules, of course. And this is the actual product implementation. So here we'll have most of the screens and the business logic, and all of those will be defined inside a module. And the fourth type is some other libraries, either if it's open or closed source. These are somewhat disconnected from the release process, actually, and because they are inherently just transitive dependencies of the above-mentioned parts. New releases are being updated manually with those, mostly through PRs to the engine, to UILib or a module. And regarding testing, they're being tested and treated separately with their own build, with their own test suites. Each of those parts has its own independent CI process. And when everything looks good to us, a new version can be published for everyone to use. The final stage is to take all of those with a configuration file and build one big binary that includes everything. And this is the app we released to Google Play and the App Store. Now that we have a slight overview of how everything is laid out, let's discuss testing. I will not discuss unit tests because those, though we have a lot of them in all the projects and they run all the time, but they mostly are very easy to run and they're very, very cheap to run. On the end-to-end side, we differentiate between a few types of tests and split those into a few test suites and execute them in different timings and different stages of the development cycle. Here are 4 types of end-to-end tests that we have. So the first one will be production end-to-end. Those are fully functional, those run on fully functional app with very minimal mocking. Wix use a lot of experiments and A/B tests all around. And with this type of tests, we want to make sure that we get the same features and tests on every test execution because they can differ on different runs of the app. So we developed an experiment override mechanism that enables configuration of the predefined experiments blob and at the beginning of every test. And this launches the app with these experiments running, thus ensuring that we never get different behavior while the app is under test. Production end-to-end run whenever a module owner wants to GA, publish their own work into the full app. Mocked end-to-end tests, these tests are actually just with mocked server endpoints. They can run on specific module or on the entire application. We usually just do it on a single module. They do not interact with production environment. This controls the mock server, and we're able to control the mock server's output and test the actual module behavior in predefined states. The big upside is the ability to control all the inputs to the test. And then we have consistent inputs with the local mock server, which guarantees consistent output of the test, usually more stable and a bit faster than production end-to-end. And these run on CI on every push to the module's code base. We also incorporate screenshot testing. Those are mostly used in our shared UI library, the UILib. Detox doesn't have any sort of screenshot comparison mechanism, and we take those, it just knows how to take screenshots on demand. We know how to do both device level screenshots and element level screenshots to be compared with external libraries. We use Apply tools in order to get smart comparisons to avoid false positives on slight pixel variations. It's worth mentioning here that slight pixel variations is not an uncommon issue. It can happen by comparing screenshots taken with 2 different graphics cards or drivers, for instance. So if you take something with a local dev environment and you try to take a baseline on that machine and then run the test on the CI machine, you'll have different screenshots. This can easily fail and have not be handled properly. So component testing is another type of testing that is done. Some of the modules incorporate testing of actual React component states. These load components with their own states by and then switching state and props programmatically throughout the test. This is being done on top of Detox with Compot. It's our React Native component testing library. And these run on CI on every push to the module's codebase, just like we do with mocked end-to-end. So how do we choose what to test? Wix app modules are written 100% with JavaScript or TypeScript. And this means that most of the module business logic runs on the same code, runs with the same code on the two platforms. A lot of times, product developers find the bug related to their module manifests on both platforms similarly. So the bug which manifests only on one platform usually is an issue with an infrastructure library. This means that module devs are able to get pretty good coverage by only running E2E on one platform on top of their module. This is not, however, mean that the whole app can be tested on one platform. All of Wix's infrastructure libraries are running tests on both iOS and Android. So in order for us to trust end-to-end tests, they must be very stable, but also provide a good insight of what's happened and why the test fails. Over the years, we try to improve this in two ways. The first is by developing a series of tools to help us figure things out: view hierarchy dumps, trace logs, videos, test timeline, graphs, and also trying to make it easier for users to understand why tests hang when they do. And it's usually caused by some sort of something that keeps the app not idle, either if it's animation or a network request or something similar. The second is education, and the latter was mostly directed internally at Wix engineering team, but some of it also reached our documentation. So I want to go a bit over the second one. So two things that are very important for us to get or to have when we have when we want to have stable end-to-end. I want to have test isolation. This is probably one of the most important tips that I can give you. Make sure that every test is starting fresh. Make sure it is not dependent on execution of a previous test. The second one is input consistency. An app might have multiple inputs that might change the behavior when running. Various responses from servers. Some application might have experiments and A/B tests executing on different code paths in the app, causing it to behave differently during different runs. So you must make sure that these are handled and configured in your tests, and they're identical throughout all the iterations of those tests, whenever it's locally or in CI. At Wix, we developed an experiment override mechanism that helps us predefining those experiments and ensuring it works well while the app is under test. So regarding configuration, as Detox becomes more and more mature, we get more features and tighter integration with Jest, which we usually do that in order to leverage some features available in Jest or new cool features in Detox. Those configuration become harder to handle. Although the documentation itself is pretty good, it's very hard to keep track of the config. So as mentioned before, this is actually all the configuration files that we have in Detox in one of our internal projects. So as mentioned before, Wix app is built from many independent developed modules. Each has its own Git project and build configuration in CI, and each of these was required to add the Detox configuration files into its own repo. Most of these were similar config files. And during the last 6 months, we got to a realization that it makes zero sense to keep those this way. And we went for and unified the configuration for everyone. We created a library that helps us share everything. These configuration files are an extremely important yet fragile part of detox. It is easy to misconfigure, and whenever it's misconfigured, you get subpar results. For those reasons, we have decided to supply some sort of basic shareable configuration right out of the box with the open source detox, and we hope to do this sometimes in the near future. This is something we already do internally. CI for mobile is one of those things that are still pretty hard to nail right out of the box solution. So we've tried all the major SaaS CI solutions. Running iOS E2E on either Circle CI, Travis, or Bitrise is pretty easy. And the big problem was with Android emulators. The real insight here is that Android emulators run better on Mac VMs than on the offered Linux ones. They are guaranteed to run with nested virtualization on Macs, which is required for running x86 emulators. We basically run a VM, the Android x86 emulator, inside a VM, which is the Mac OS, so it requires nested virtualization. But those still miss hardware acceleration and the resulting with poor emulator performance, although it works. So the current solution for our in-house CI includes VMware ESXi on Mac Pros in Mac Stadium with macOS VMs. These work for both iOS and Android, as VMware supports nested virtualization. But performance for those machines is still pretty bad. Compilation time is slow and test parallelization is somewhat limited. We cannot use a lot of simulators or a lot of emulators on the same machine. And by that, slowing down or not slowing down, decreasing the amount of time taken to run it. So our next gen setup includes bare metal Mac Minis, such that run everything on the host OS. These have much better performance, at least 2 times faster than the VMs on an Intel-based Mac Mini. Hopefully, we can do it even faster with Mac Minis with M1 chip. On the Android emulator front, we recently released support for GenyCloud SaaS devices, and we orchestrate all those with Detox right out of the box. By using GenyCloud emulators, we gain 4 key benefits. The first is we drop all prerequisites for the CI machines, as these emulators run remotely on GenyCloud's infrastructure. The second is we get better performance per individual emulator. In our case, it decreased a 35-minute suite with 2 workers running Android emulators to 15 minutes with 2 workers running with GenyCloud emulators. The third is maybe the biggest benefit is the ability to scale infinitely and run as many workers as we want in parallel. So all the SaaS CI options that we talked about now become valid as they can be used for builds and test orchestration and offload all the device emulation to GenyCloud. The main caveat with GenyCloud is the fact that this is a paid service, even for open source projects. So the holy grail for the release process is to have it all automated and fast. As we continue to solve our problems, we get just a bit closer to the goal on each step. The main issue we're facing today is the test execution speed in CI, especially for elaborate production end-to-end suites. This is absurd. The absurd is that it is faster for our QA engineers to go over the test suite manually than to wait for 150 minutes for everything to finish. So they actually do it. This will not stay this for long, though. With just a bit more work, we'll get much faster test suite execution with potentially infinite scale. Thank you.
Thank you, Rotem. That was really interesting. I'm glad I learned so much about detox in such a short time. I'm curious to see what other people use for mobile test automation. So if we could get the results of the poll, that'd be interesting. Oh wow, other is the top answer. I think it's the first time. It's the first time I've seen this in one of the questions we had. Other is the top question followed the top answer followed closely by Appium based. No shocker there. It looks like Detox isn't doing as well as I expected. I asked you people to vote Detox. Come on, let's make Rotem feel welcome here. But I'm really interested to know what other meant for you. So please tweet at us, use the hashtag, tweet at me. I'm really curious to see what other people use for mobile test automation. Rotem, if you could join us on stage for a bit of a Q&A.
Hello, everyone. Hey.
Hey.
Thanks for having me, Alex.
What did you think? What did you think about the poll? I know Detox was in the top there, and I kind of expected Detox to be the number one. What do you think about the other bit of it?
Okay, so I guess two things. One is that I wonder what the other is, of course, and the second is that I know that Detox is probably the first choice when it comes to React Native applications, but when it comes to like native applications or applications written in different frameworks, then I see a point of using something that is not Detox. So yeah, it's not like a total surprise, I guess. But the other is very interesting indeed.
That actually makes a lot of sense. The point about Detox being a really framework specific tool, and it's like from your talk you saw that. I've got a bunch of questions from a bunch of people. I'm gonna mangle their names, so I'm not gonna focus on their names. I'm gonna just focus on the questions we've had for you during your talk. Don't forget, if you've got questions for Rotem, you can still go to the Talk Q&A channel in Discord and ask your question. The first one was, I started working with Detox recently. It's pretty easy to start via getting started. But what about more difficult flows, for example, using device features like camera, disabling internet, blocking and unblocking the device? There are very few materials regarding Detox compared with other tools. Where and how can I learn advanced Detox usage? Whoa, that was a big question. So let's start small. How do I disable and enable things on the device, like blocking and unblocking the device with Detox?
Yeah, okay, so let's see. So regarding iOS, so Detox still supports simulators, and it doesn't really run on devices yet. We have a plan, and what we did with Detox 17 and Detox 18 is prepare ourselves to run on real devices on iOS. Now that doesn't solve the issue of like disconnecting network and disabling things similar to that. And actually, I'm not really sure what has this kind of ability. It would only be, as far as I understand, it would only be to some kind of mock the network layer. It's in some way. On Android, it's a bit more achievable, but yeah, we didn't really take this into account while developing Detox. So we don't really use those. But if you think that this is like a super feature that you really want and think it's very important, then of course let's have a discussion in our GitHub issues and let's see how we can make this happen.
That actually makes a really good point. I remember from my testing days, we didn't always try to test interaction with the device. The app was the most important thing. The app was the object of our tests, right? What happened with the phone while we were using the app wasn't really the purpose of it. So how about materials? Where can people go to kind of find advanced Detox materials?
So I think that the documents are, I mean, there's a lot of documentation, and if you go, you will find pretty good gems over there, I'm pretty sure. There's a lot covered in the documentation. There are also things that I wrote previously on Wix's Medium that I think are a bit different from what's in the documentation. You can go and read those as well. Things regarding, I just recently published this week, the beginning of the week, a blog post about how we make our tests super stable internally at Wix. So what are the ground rules for making super stable tests? And I go over all kinds of features that help us achieve that. All kinds of artifact collection, the artifacts that we collect during tests to make sure that we understand what's going on during testing, especially when tests fail. And these are I think good materials as well. And so you said things about documentation of what was that about device and network, like mocking network, bad network, which this is something that we don't really have. What were the other things, Alex?
So I think the examples mentioned specifically were device features like camera, disabling the internet, and blocking and unblocking the device.
So camera is something
honest, I'd be curious about the camera one, yeah.
I don't see an issue specific to camera. If you have a camera module in your app, you can just open it. If you run emulator, then you can make sure that your emulator is connected to the camera or to like a mock camera that Android emulator provides. If it's Genymotion, it does the same. If it's the actual device, then it can open the camera as well. So if you have a camera module in your app and you open it, it should just work. There is nothing that we disable from like making it work, as far as I understand.
So how do you deal with things like, for example, my phone has 3 cameras. It's a new iPhone, so it has 3 cameras. I have to select which camera I want from every app that uses the camera, right? If I use Lightroom, for example.
There are 2 types of things that you want to add, I guess. If you have, there is a way of going to the camera app and taking a picture. And this is something that Detox usually just concentrates on the application that you let it work with. So it's your application, not other system applications. You don't want to actually test those system applications. You want to test your own application. So if you want to take like pictures that were taken with other cameras or with other camera apps, then you can go and fetch those. Again, in your app, if there's a way for you to go to the gallery and get those. And the other one would be if you have a specific camera module like React Native Camera Kit or something similar that opens the camera module as a view in your application. And with this, I don't think we have any limitation. I think it just works.
Okay, that's really good. We've got a bunch of interesting questions. One of them says, what's the best practices of debugging detox test fails? There's a comment at the end that it says it fails very often in our pipeline while running locally is fine. So how do you deal with debugging test fails? What's your best practice for that?
Okay. So this is exactly, I think, there is an exact answer about this with the latest blog post that I just published this week. Again, using all the tools that we provide, all those artifact collection tools, and understanding the output of the tests themselves, like the outputs of what Detox outputs to the log. And there are a few ground rules of making sure that like you have a base level of good testing setup. And this is also written over there.
Okay, that's cool.
But I would say it in a nutshell, this is something that I ended the talk with, is have consistent inputs so you can have consistent outputs. That's for sure for any tests, not only end-to-end tests, but for every test. You don't want to have different time in the clock for every test that you run. You don't want to have like the different inputs. That's a problem. And the second one would be have isolated tests. So it would be much easier for you to debug issues when they arise, because you know that your test begun on a specific screen and not on a screen that you don't really know how you got to. If it's like a residue of a previous
that
test.
Makes a lot of sense. That makes a lot of sense. Makes a lot of sense. There's a question around device farms that support detox. Someone says we have to run detox tests on emulators in our pipeline. Are there any solutions for device farms that support detox? Running on simulators doesn't provide the same level of confidence as running on real devices.
Right. So this one is a long answer as well. So I'll split it again for iOS and Android. So for iOS, we still support only simulators, but we're working on support for real devices. This would be with like wrapping or at least adding XCUI test to the mix. That it would be what launches detox inside the iOS application. So for iOS, we don't really do that yet, though we have sort of a plan with a big device farm provider, but it's still not something that we can make sure that, or at least not be sure that it will happen. But we really do want it to happen. And for Android, it does support devices, and you can, on every connected device on your computer, you can just run detox tests. I know that is not the same as running on a device farm, and this is not really supported. There is no device farm that supports detox out of the box, but we recently added support, like native support for launching Genymotion emulators. These are different from Android emulators. They're also x86, but they run on designated machines on Genymotion Cloud. So for us, I know that you said that it's not the same as running on real devices, and I agree to some extent, though we didn't really find a lot of issues specific to devices. Most of the issues we find are actually issues with the app, with the SDK, specific SDK levels with Android. But the fact that we run on Genymotion Cloud now, we started doing it internally at Wix, and this dropped our end-to-end tests from, let's say, I'm just taking an example. One of the suites took 35 minutes. We dropped to 15 minutes with the same worker count. So with the same two emulators that ran on that machine, with Genymotion, we were able to run with two workers in Genymotion Cloud only 15 minutes for the same test suite. So it's like 60% improvement in test time. I know this is not exactly the answer you wanted to hear, but I just had to talk about this.
To be honest, it actually makes a lot of sense. For example, we were running tests on a lot of Panda boards instead of rigging up actual devices in racks. We tried that for a while, but it wasn't efficient. And Panda boards gave us 99% the same deal. So it was good. I've had so many complicated questions for you. I feel bad about picking the complicated ones. So I've got the simple one, your last question of the day, and then you're done with me. I've got the really simple yes or no question. Can detox be used with Expo React Native?
Okay, yes, but we were contacted by Expo a few times in the past, For iOS, I think it should just work with the current setup. There isn't something that should be an issue as far as I understand. And with Android, it is actually up to Expo to also provide a test APK, a pre-built test APK, like they do with the production APK. So the test APK is the APK that has Detox actually inside it, and it knows how to connect to the production app and ask questions and connect it to the node service that we run and ask those questions. So we did speak with Expo in the past, I think about 2 years ago, and it was done, but it's something that needs to be maintained. Every time we have a new version, we don't really have breaking changes in Android, at least not in the past year, I think. So whenever someone will set it up in Expo, in the library itself, yes, not like with a project. Whenever someone from the Expo team will set it up, it should just work.
Thank you. That actually makes a lot of sense. Thank you, Rotem. I've had a blast. With your talk. The Q&A session was really engaging. Thank you so much, Rotem.
Thank you so much. Hard questions. Thank you for those.
Yeah, really hard questions. Thank you so much.
Thanks.
Also, if you're watching us right now, don't forget you can always go on Slido, input code 6617 and answer a simple question. What do you think about Rotem's talk? How did you like Rotem's talk? Obviously, to me, the only option is 5. I've asked you people to choose Detox before. You didn't listen. Apparently, Hakuna Matata was more popular. There's no Hakuna Matata option, but you can go with 5 for this one. I'd also like to remind you all that there's a hashtag TestJS Summit on Twitter, where a bunch of us have been sharing our setup for watching the talk. And I'd like you to do the same. What do you get out of it? Well, at the end of the day, we're going to have a raffle where we're raffling out multi-pass tickets for the Git Nation conferences. Please go on Twitter, be social on Twitter. We're going to be looking for the tweets. I also like to thank one of our gold sponsors, Neuralegion. Neuralegion is a zero false positive application and API security scanner that enables developers and QA engineers to run security tests on every build. Thank you, Neuralegion. I'd also like to welcome our next speaker on stage, Ava Rotten. Ava's going to talk about achieving accessibility automation testing. And Ava has prepared a question for you all. So if you're done voting on Slido, you should head on back, because there's a new question which says, which best describes how you or your team consider accessibility? The options available are unsure where to start. It's addressed when I or we can. It's important but not mandatory. It's mandatory or legally required. Oh, wow, that's a good set of questions. My personal opinion is that it's really, really important and mandatory. So you should be doing accessibility testing, but I'm going to let Ava tell you more about that. Don't forget, you can always go on Discord and ask questions during Ava's talk. You can also check out the virtual applause feature and give Ava virtual applause during his talk. I'd encourage you to do that. In the meantime, Ava, take it away, please.
Hello, everybody from around the world attending TestJS Summit 2021. I would love to speak to you today about some automation testing tools and strategies that everybody here hopefully can use starting today if they wish to, around the topic of accessibility, specifically accessibility automation testing. This is a very exciting topic for me. I want to get one thing out of the way. If you see in my slides, or I say out loud, A11Y, which you can see on the screen right now, That simply means accessibility. A11Y, accessibility, they are synonymous. Brief explanation of why that is. There are 11 characters between the A and the Y in accessibility. And if you've been working with internationalization in the past, you might be used to seeing I18N. It's the same thing. I18N for internationalization and A11Y for accessibility. But I digress. My name is Ava Gaiety Roten, and I am a lead full stack software engineer at Skills Engine, where we build apps in Rails and in Ember.js. So there's plenty of JavaScript, which is where I put my focus. And that focus is mostly in the framework of Ember.js. A bit of this talk will be in Ember.js, which I imagine not too many people here are using, but I would like to share some of my background in that and some success story, and then we'll get into how to apply that to what it is that you are working on. So, as I just stated, we will, in this presentation, talk a little bit about Ember.js and specifically how it tackled accessibility. I believe it did a really good job, and I'll get into how and why. And then we will cover some tools and strategies for everyone, regardless of what you're using. You might be on React, maybe you're on Svelte or Vue, for example. Doesn't matter. We'll talk about those things. We'll also talk about how to automation test some of that, as well as generally taking ownership and being able to contribute perhaps back to some open source projects or the framework that you are working in. So last year, 2020, EmberConf, I spoke virtually at that conference about a slightly different success story around accessibility. That one was about how we were able to make a feature that we were shipping in our application even better by making accessibility a priority. We were able to have engineering, QA, design, and product all much happier with the thing that we delivered. We were able to deliver some automated tests around something that was click and draggy, and that's very difficult to write automation tests around. And because we added in accessibility, we were able to test that instead. That's a different topic for another day, but I have had multiple success stories, not just in Ember, but in accessibility as well. And I'll talk to you about some of that today. Ember has been embracing web standards for some time now. We like to say that we are very HTML first. We focus on W3C recommendations, MDN patterns, and HTML first allows us to inherently be very cognizant of accessibility. So let's get this out of the way. This is an important, I guess, let's talk about why accessibility is important, not just some stories that I've had. People with disabilities are the world's largest minority. There are some common things that go along with that. You might be able to argue that if you make apps that target people who have disabilities as well, you get more customers and more innovation in your product. And those kinds of things are very true. Those are legitimate and those are valuable. But what I want to talk about is a little bit different. And I wanted to also say that people with disabilities is a broad term that speaks to many different things. It includes, but is not limited to, visual, auditory, and motor disabilities as examples. But what I want to tell you all today is that accessibility doesn't need to be hard. Sure, doing it perfectly or even doing it extremely well, that's hard. Getting started, diving in, making some of it happen, doesn't need to be hard. It can be automated. And furthermore, it can make your work that you do on a day-to-day even easier. So how did Ember.js embrace accessibility? I'd like to introduce two friends of mine. These are the mascots for Ember. On the left, we have Tomster, and on the right, we have Zoe. And they are wearing their accessibility shirts very proudly. We have some core support in Ember.js around accessibility, and this makes the biggest difference. I like to call out a wonderful developer by the name of Melanie Sumner. She is a senior engineer at LinkedIn. She has her hands in the pots of a lot of standards that are written for the web, as well as being a core team member, giving us first-class support for things that are important to her, such as accessibility. This means that in Ember.js, there is a deep respect for accessibility. One of the things that Melanie Sumner was able to put together was an accessibility working group where we discussed some of the accessibility pitfalls that were currently existing. And we were able to get together in an open source way where we were logging our notes up on GitHub, and we were able to hop into Discord, schedule meetings, talk about things, go offline, be asynchronous, and all the great things that working open source will give you. It was really great. We were able to address some project issues, whether they were logged by the open source community or by us, as we identified things that were just fundamentally lacking. Part of the thing was that we acknowledged that at the underlying framework level, every app that is built with Ember, if there are pitfalls, then all of these apps could potentially have pitfalls. And so we worked to address those things. So we worked with issue logging and addressing those issues. We worked with writing up some RFPs, which is a fairly invested way of basically promising and explaining how you're going to solve something. But that's neither here nor there. Ultimately, we got to the point of being able to solve some of these issues, assigning out these tasks to various different people in the community. And we worked very heavily on guides and documentation. Every framework has a section of documents that will explain various different things, and each one I've noticed has at least something on accessibility. I'm very proud of what Ember.js has put together around it. There's also an additional site that I helped with writing some articles around, and it's about Ember component patterns, which is a way of saying patterns and anti-patterns, just like MDN does, the Mozilla Developer Network. And we're able to focus in on not just teaching how to write components that are HTML first and W3C compliant, but are accessible as well. A lot of great things there. Along with having first-class support, there is also an Ember accessibility specific GitHub organization, which was a great place to house a lot of this work that we were doing and a lot of the add-ons, which is what we call plugins or tools that can extend an Ember application to make a lot of the work that these different apps probably need to do around accessibility much easier. I also want to point out that a couple of these managed to make its way into the core Ember framework after much discussion within the community. That was great as well. So getting into the good bit, code. We have two major tools that help specifically with accessibility. The first is in test, so writing some automated tests. We have an NPM package called it's Ember A11Y testing, which will allow you to render out an entire page or a component and then run an A11Y or accessibility audit over that. This is great because you can write some green tests, and then if an update happens in the future or somebody goes in and touches some code, it can fail your CI builds if those pages or those components are no longer accessible like they once were. And they can act as great checklists as well for the developer. There's also Ember template lint. This goes alongside things like ESLint, which will let you know when there are some warnings or errors in the code that you are typing. This one focuses on the templates, the HTML, and will let you know in your code editor as you are typing something like, hey, I have an image tag and I forgot to write an alt attribute. When set up correctly, you can also have this fail in CI as well as it goes through and lints all of your files. So that's all great. Yay, applause for Ember. What we're here for is how to use these in other frameworks, how to take these tools and strategies and apply them to Vue, apply them to React and Svelte and anything else. So what's the first step? The first step is realizing that we need to prioritize accessibility. That means if you're in a 9 to 5, maybe you need to talk about it in your workplace with your team, with your product manager. Maybe it just means trying out some things. It also means in your communities, whether they are in person or online, open source projects you're really passionate about, or the frameworks themselves that maybe are lacking in certain areas and you can contribute to. So that's why I'm here today, is to talk about it, talk about prioritizing accessibility, talking about why it's important, and spread the word a little bit. And everywhere we can do this is a step in the right direction. Into code again, there is a wonderful tool. It's an NPM package that was published by Dex Systems called Axe Core. This is made by a group that works on a lot of the standards around the web that are able to declare what are some warnings and violations for accessibility, and then to write some automation testing around it. Some of these tools can cover up to 50% of the accessibility rules that are out there, and that might not sound like a lot, but in some ways it really is, and it's a great start. Getting started with this kind of a tool is as simple as NPM installing it, running Axe, and then seeing what violations it has found. Now, this is a core tool that is most often used to power other tools, and it's the foundation of so many other things, such as the browser extension. Browser extension is incredibly easy to get up and running with, no matter what browser you're running. This is also maintained by Dex Systems themselves, so it's got great support, and it can let you know exactly what it found on your fully rendered page or app and what the priority is in fixing it, as well as maybe how to fix it. This is particularly great, not just for engineers, but QA, maybe design or product, to log these issues in whatever kind of ticketing system you might have, if that's relevant to you. Now, framework integration is where it gets even more exciting. If you're using Svelte, congratulations, you already have accessibility built into that framework. It should be already outputting to your browser dev tools, I believe, some more of these kinds of warnings. But if you're using React or Vue, it's as simple as installing an NPM package for both of them, perhaps limiting down to just your development environment or maybe a staging environment if that is good for you. But it's just these simple lines of code. This is it. Vue use, Vue Axe, and you're done. Now suddenly you have something that is using Axe Core to send to your browser dev tools with very clear understanding of whether something is critical, serious, or moderate, a URL of how to figure out what to fix, etc. What's great about the framework integrations is that not only are they not too much work, but they do some of the heavy lifting of deduplicating some of these warnings and hooking into the underlying systems that say, hey, I have a component that just re-rendered, an update was fired, and they are able to intelligently recheck and see, hey, is there something else to be aware of, a new warning that I haven't already put into the developer tools. Now, as far as linting goes, there is ESLint plugins for Vue.js accessibility and JSX A11Y. I'm sure there are others as well. And these are able to tell you directly in your code editor of choice, just like anything else in ESLint, hey, something you just typed or something in this file has a warning, and it's right there. You can see it and edit that file in order to make your adjustments and then see those warnings go away. It is so satisfying. And to be able to do this for accessibility, it's just an easy win. It's like almost no reason not to do this. These are developer tools, which means that they are usually free to put into your application, aside from a little bit of NPM install time, because these don't even hit your users. But the effects of the things that you fix will. Let's talk about automation. I would argue that a lot of the things I just talked about in some ways are kind of automating. It's not manual effort to go through and find some of these things, but if we want to talk about some true automation, maybe you're using Jest. Axe Core can plug in just by using Jest Axe, And then you can await Axe, send it some HTML, and then expect it to have no violations. It's as easy as that. Once you have that in place, you can verify that within CI, within your testing environment, maybe within some component code, that component or whatever it is you're working on is accessible. If you are using end-to-end testing frameworks, so things that are slightly separated from the framework itself, that are rendering full URLs, perhaps on a staging environment or a QA environment, for example, perhaps WebDriver IO, there is a plugin for that. Axe Core WebDriver JS, or if you are using Cypress Axe, there is a wonderful library for Cypress. And it's as easy as this. I'm not cutting out very much code on these slides. It's this simple. As far as communities go, as I mentioned earlier, a lot of frameworks have some great communities, some great documentation that are starting to come up. One of the most promising ones that I have seen so far is the Vue A11Y community. They have a beautiful, very accessible website. It's great to start there with an accessible website where they have so much potential for posts, recipes, tips, and tools. Their tools are the most built out, much like we had Ember add-ons that I was showing earlier. There are some Vue tools like Vue Skip To or Vue Announcer that can help you handle some of these things that are a little bit more difficult to pull off without these add-ons kind of lending you a hand. This Vue A11Y community is like begging for some more contributions from the open source community. So I would say if you are into Vue or curious about Vue and accessibility, it's open source, hop on there, take some of the pages that are placeholders right now that are just begging for some recipes or best practices around accessibility, write out some of those, open some pull requests. The community will thank you, I'm sure. John at Sparkbox said, automated test as an enhancement, not a replacement for manual usability and accessibility testing. It's important to keep in mind after everything I just said and how excited I am about automated testing for accessibility to know that it's impossible to really get all the way there. Just as it's not reasonable to expect 100% test coverage on any application you're writing tests for. There's going to be some real user testing that you will have to do, some manual walking through the app and seeing how usable and accessible it really is, using screen readers, using your keyboard to navigate through your applications. Perhaps the next time that you write a component, just see if you can tab through it. It's a good place to start. So today we talked about accessibility. We talked about why it's important and some success stories about how Ember was able to do it, how some other frameworks are starting to do it as well. We talked about making accessibility a priority in your workplace or your community. That might mean a framework that you have a lot of passion about, or it might mean the team that you work with at your 9 to 5. We also talked about some Axe tools that are available for practically any environment. And if it's not available for yours, there's Axe Core. You might be the person to make that new NPM package that's powered by Axe Core to make something wonderful happen. Finally, I want to leave you with a personal request from me that is indirectly kind of related to this. And that request is to hire someone different than you if you have the means to do so. Your team will thank you. Your company will thank you. Future employees will thank you. Your users will end up thanking you. And I will. I want to say thank you for watching and joining me today.
Well, thank you, Ava. That was a really, really good talk. I've also liked your slides, by the way. I think they're the best we've seen so far. I don't want anyone to get upset, but in my humble opinion, I think that was the best so far. I was looking at the results for the question you had for the audience, which best describes how you or your team consider accessibility. And it's one of the most surprising results so far. It's almost even. I think I was looking at the numbers when we had like 100 or something votes, and it was all around the 25% mark. Now it looks like it's important but not mandatory. It's kind of pulling a little bit ahead. Oh wow, people started voting again. It's getting to be a close race. It's important but not mandatory. It's still winning. And unsure where to start is a close second. But it does feel like this is maybe the most divergent question we've had. So Ava, please join me for the Q&A. I'd like to think what your opinion is on this particular question.
That is amazing. I do have to say that I was expecting the ones that were in the lead to maybe be in the lead, but I did not expect it to be this close across the board. I think my main reaction is that there are some places where it is legally required. People have to adhere by a standard, a particular quality of reaching some like accessibility level, but a lot of the time it's just in the back of somebody's mind. I sure wish we could do accessibility. That's part of why I wanted to do this talk.
So while you join me on stage, the camp that says it's unsure where to start is pulling ahead. So that's going to be my first question to you as we go into our Q&A session. Where do I start? If I want to know more, where do I start?
Absolutely. I hope that this talk was able to provide a little bit of that. But where you start is talking with somebody on your team. Again, whether that is a 9 to 5 or some personal project that maybe it's just you or it's just you with your friends or an open source thing. Doesn't matter. Just talk with people and make it important. Log some issues. Just say like, hey, I don't think this was going to work for somebody who is using a screen reader. Just log those issues. Start talking about it. In terms of meaningfully like taking some action and like doing some code, basically getting started with whatever your main tool is, your framework, followed by accessibility or Axe. You're going to find these tools that I described and some other tools that I didn't get a chance to mention, like the ones for Angular, for example.
Oh, that's good. We actually had someone that said that wanted to know if the Ember tooling was a must, or if there's any alternative to the Ember tooling. I can see a little Ember behind you, so I know you're an Ember fan.
Yep, guilty as charged. I have been doing Ember for far too many years now. And just along with that, I've realized that I have some success stories to share, some things I'm really proud of. But what I really want to be able to share is how these things can be applied in other places. So I hope that I was able to show some tools that are used for Svelte, Vue, React, and there are also ones out there for Angular. I just didn't want my slides to get too long, but there are tools out there for anything that you're using.
That's good. That's really good, especially since accessibility, I think it's so important. There's some other questions in here, so I'm gonna go through them, through some of them. For example, would a linter be enough for basic accessibility testing, or are most violations found after deployment in a more end-to-end style test?
That's a great question. For accessibility problems, a linter will catch at least one of the cases, one of the types of problems that you will have. But there are probably two major cases. In the same way that will a JavaScript linter catch all of your JavaScript errors? No, but it will catch a certain case of them. You will still have undefined problems. Of course, I'm not talking about TypeScript, but you'll still run into other types of issues in the real world. Having a linter will allow me to realize, oh, I forgot to add a label around my input. I forgot to put accessible text on my image element, but it will not help somebody who's actually trying to flow through your entire form with the tab key and fill out everything just solely with a keyboard.
That makes a lot of sense. There's a lot of questions. We won't be getting to all of them. I just want to remind everybody that Ava's going to be in her speakers room afterwards, so you can ask the questions that I didn't get to in spatial.chat. In the meantime, I think one of the questions says, how do I convince my manager that accessibility is important if their argument is, if users work in a restaurant, then accessibility is not an issue? And I think this is one of the most common sheets I've seen. Users work in some sort of whatever environment, be it a restaurant or you name it. It's not an issue. How do I convince my manager?
There are several answers to this, but I'll try to get through them very quickly. You can use similar arguments that you have used for doing automation testing to begin with. You could argue very quickly that we don't have time for automation testing. Let's just keep shipping out code. But ultimately, it hurts your bottom line. And you can prove that mathematically if you really work at it and try to find those arguments. Also, these kinds of things do apply to every different type of vertical, every different industry. For so long, we heard that mobile app development is not important. We don't have to worry about mobile. And then over time, we realized that was not the case. It's true that we need mobile for almost everything. Lastly, I want to say that if you can hire people that are different than who you are, I think that was the last thing I said at the end of that talk, you're going to wind up with even more people with different perspectives, with different needs and desires and influences. And you might suddenly realize that your culture will change before your very eyes.
I love that. I love that bit about culture. I think it's a really important piece of where this conversation starts, because it's one of those conversations that you'd hope it never comes up because you're doing the right thing. Thank you, Ava, for the Q&A session and for your talk. It was really good. I think I got through 20% of your questions. So whoever had questions that I didn't get to, please join Ava in the speakers room on Spatial Chat. The link to join is in the timeline for getting answers to all your questions. Don't forget, you can always go to Slido. You can always go to Slido right now and give us feedback about Ava's talk. Obviously, the only option is 5 here. Literally, the only option is 5. So go on Slido and give us some feedback about Ava's talk. And with this, I think I'm gonna go out and have a coffee, and I'm gonna need one of the MCs to come up on stage. Metin, do you wanna come up while I have a coffee?
Yeah, I want to, but you have someone next to you.
By the way.
Ava, thanks for your talk. It was amazing. Bye-bye.
Thanks for having me.
Our pleasure. So I hope you already went to Slido, like Alex has said, to rate her talk, but you can still do so now. I'm actually going to do so too. 5 is the only option, of course. And then I would like to remind you about the speaker rooms and the discussion rooms that are happening on Spatial Chat. The discussion room about end-to-end testing is happening right now as I speak. Why are you listening to me? Go to this discussion room. I'm not that important. You can join the discussion room on spatial.chat. The link is in the timetable below the video player on the website. Before we go to our next speaker, I want to give a shout out to one of our gold sponsors, Stackhawk. Maybe you've catched Ryan yesterday giving a talk about Stackhawk, and you can check out their product, but Stackhawk is a nice product and they've helped this event take place. So if you don't know Stackhawk, Stackhawk helps developers find hidden vulnerabilities in their JavaScript web applications and their APIs. Using their platform, you can run application security tests with every pull request. So be sure to check out Stackhawk if you haven't yet. Now, our next speaker, you're in for a treat. I have actually been working with Martin, I would say 5 months ago when we were doing an MC gig together. We were emceeing a React conference together, and I had a ton of fun with Martin. So I'm really looking forward to his talk, see if he has anything interesting to say also. And let me tell you, he does. He's going to be talking about the core web vitals. There's some new APIs to measure speed on your web page, and that's really important, of course, for your users, but also for your Google indexing. And hey, Martin works at Google, so he probably knows a few things about that. But before we go into that, Martin has asked the following question. Which of the following has the biggest impact to performance on your website? And there's 4 options: our own JavaScript, third-party JavaScript, something else, or I don't know? Go to slido.com and answer the question now. And you can do so during his talk also, and we'll see the results after. If you have any questions for Martin, don't be shy. Ask them in the Discord channel, the Q&A channel. We're going to go start with Martin now. So please, a big round of applause for Martin in the community channel.
Hello and welcome to my session about the core web vitals, their what, why, and how more specifically. So this is a testing conference, and I'm always a little humbled to speak at testing conferences because I'm not that much into the testing space anymore. I do write tests when I write my code, but you all are probably more experts here than I am. Nonetheless, testing your website performance is an important thing, and the core web vitals are a tool to accomplish exactly that. So I think it makes sense to discuss these things. I'll look with you at 3 different things tonight. First things first, we'll talk about web performance, or what website performance actually is. We'll talk about the core web vitals, and then we also will talk about how the core web vitals will contribute to Google search in the form of the page experience signal launching in May. So there are some SEO implications or search engine optimization implications from this as well. So let's start with what is website performance. Well, intuitively, we all know the answer to this question. Is a website fast and delightful to use or not? But if you want to compare that between sites, and maybe even between different versions of the same site, it becomes a lot more tricky, because you want something that you can compare and track over time, and intuitive measurements don't really help and don't really tick that box. So the goal is to quantify it, right? To have some sort of number or metric that we can get that tells us if a website is fast and delightful for a user to use or not. And as we will see in this talk, this has evolved over time and continues to evolve even today, as our understanding of what makes a website fast and performant and delightful for users changes over time, and also the web changes and the kind of websites we build are changing. So there won't be an easy answer. That's kind of like the spoiler alert, but let's have a look at this, right? So how could we quantify web page performance? Well, one of the earliest metrics has probably been the time to first byte. So we would measure how long it takes for the first byte from the server to come back to our computer or device, and actually the browser can then start parsing and then eventually rendering the page. And historically, this has made a lot of sense. So a classical website, like here, this example.com case, our browser would make a request, the web server would respond with the HTML, and then the content would be visible in the browser. There are huge differences, and there are a few things and factors that we can influence as website owners and developers to make sure that this is still fast. Like, we make sure that our server is fast, has enough memory, has enough capacity, has good network bandwidth. We can also make sure that the server is close enough, physically close enough, because it just physically takes time for data to, or like electrical or light impulses to travel, right? If I'm here in Switzerland, the server is in Australia, then this might take a while until the data has made its way to Australia and comes back. It might be lost on the way and then has to be retransmitted. So this can take a significantly longer time than when the server is, for instance, in my own city. I'm living nearby a data center, so maybe if it's like located there, then it's literally just taking like basically no time at all. It's going to be really, really quick, and thus the time to first byte will be a lot shorter than it would be with a server in Australia. But is this an exhaustive good metric? Is this all we need to quantify if a website is fast and delightful? No, and that's partially because the website architecture has changed over time, but also because bandwidth and connection speeds are not necessarily the biggest bottleneck anymore. So let's look at two websites. I open both websites on the same machine at the same physical location at the same time, and I have I have two machines next to each other going through the same internet connection. Doesn't really matter. I go to a.example.com and b.example.com, and we assume that these are completely separate servers and completely separate web applications. So these requests go out, and a.example.com takes a while. Maybe it's like a classical PHP or Java or Python or Ruby program that needs to run on the server. Maybe it is a server-side rendered application that needs to talk to a bunch of backends and APIs and databases to actually fetch the data and then compile the HTML before sending it over the wire. Doesn't really matter. The point is, it takes a moment. It doesn't matter how long this moment is, it just takes a moment. Whereas b.example.com, on the other hand, has received a request, immediately responds back, and the time to first byte has arrived. And it's HTML that says, load this piece of JavaScript. And now, the next second, a.example.com responds with the full HTML. It has done all the things that it needs to do on the server. And my browser shows me the website. Whereas with b.example.com, we're now at the stage where we get the app.js, which then comes back and then probably starts rendering or starts running the JavaScript. Once the JavaScript starts running, it discovers, oh, we need to make these bunch of API requests, then makes API requests, and these come back, all while the browser still has nothing substantial to show to the user. Now, which of these two websites is better, more delightful, and faster, according to a user looking at both browser windows? Well, very clearly a.example.com. But if you remember originally, according to the metric of time to first byte, a.example.com was the slower one. It took longer until we received the first byte of the response. But as we received it, the response was more complete than the other response. So time to first byte is not good enough these days. And it has not really been a useful metric. It is still relatively useful because it helps you if you see oh, my website is slow, and you see actually the rendering itself is really fast and we don't have to wait that much until things are being painted. It's just the connection time and the time it takes for the data to go over the wire and come back. Then that's the bottleneck that you need to fix, and you can fix that by using a CDN or something. But point being still, that metric is not sufficient. If you just look at time to first byte and say what, my server responded in 0.1 seconds and the data was there in 0.5 seconds, how can this be slow? You might miss out. And that's why we have looked at many, many metrics. For instance, speed index, where we try to figure out, okay, so not just when is the website there, when is the network part of it mostly done, but when does things start to pop up and how long does it take over time to near visual completion. Then we looked at first content full paint. How long does it take to get the first bit of the content actually visible on the browser window? Excuse me. And then we had tons of other metrics over time to track different aspects. And it's not just about when does stuff start to show up. Imagine you are having an online shop for pizzas. You want the pizza delivered to your place. It shows up really quickly. The menu is there in no time, in the blink of an eye. Fantastic. But then you're I want this pizza. I want this pizza. Hello, I want this pizza. You click, 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 click. And after 5 seconds, suddenly you have 100 pizzas in your cart. That's not delightful either. So we also looked at other metrics like time to interactive. When can I actually start to interact with the content? And a lot of other metrics. And this has evolved over time in random intervals. It seems at some point someone was actually, you know what? This metric doesn't really reflect what we looked for or what the users experience. So we came up with this new metric, and then someone else was that's a great metric, but it also needs to basically take into account this other aspect, as I said, for instance, interactivity. And thus we have not only one metric that we look at, but we look at a set of metrics, which unfortunately also makes this more complicated, not only to understand, but also to communicate with others. So if you are communicating with users and you say you have a Lighthouse score of 100 out of 100, that really doesn't mean that much to them. However, they might say oh, it's only 80 of 100, 80 out of 100 possible points. That still does not really say much, because are these last 20 points really a problem, or is that just cosmetic? So measuring performance is actually a big challenge, as it turns out. One thing is that we want metrics to be relatively stable, but also fine enough and sensitive enough to really spot problems when they occur. We had a metric called first meaningful pane that tried to figure out when the meaningful part of the content was showing up, and that usually was very janky. So that means that you would have the same website, you would measure 3 times, you would get 3 different results without changing anything in the circumstances. So that's not really helpful. You want a metric that is comparable over time and more or less stable. It will never be 100% stable, but you don't want to pick too sensitive ones. You don't want to pick too rough ones where you don't like time to first byte. It's a very, very broad, rough metric. Doesn't really reflect things either. And also, these metrics really need to reflect the actual user experience. I said that already with the time to interactive. We needed a way to actually track these things as well. Also, we would like data to be able to be generated in lab settings where we can run these things automated and with things that are not necessarily already public. If we can only gather real user data, that is a little tricky. But it would also be nice to get real user data to get a feeling for how this actually looks like on real people's machines and connections. Because we, with our high-end computers and good, stable, fast internet connection land, might not be the target group of our website, and then people on phones, on flaky connections might have a very, very different experience. So it would be cool if our metrics could be measured in both contexts. Another big thing was that as we were changing the metrics, because our understanding of performance changed over time, you might end up working on improving a metric and then finding that this metric fell out of favor. And then we have looked at other metrics, and now you're like, ooh, our score is constantly increasing, and then it drops, and you're like, why? Have we done something wrong? Which also puts you in the uncomfortable position that whoever you're reporting to might ask for these metrics, and then if your metrics are now lower than they have been as you started the initiative to make things faster, that might not be very comfortable. So we needed to change a few things. And we figured out that one approach would be to basically get vital signs for the web. These are called the core web vitals. But what are these? Well, they are basically 3 metrics for web developers and testers and SEOs to look at to figure out how the user experience in terms of performance is on each page, and to measure that and to work reliably on improving them as well. The data is already in pretty much all the tools that we provide at Google. So it's in Lighthouse, which is in the Chrome DevTools. It's in PageSpeed Insights. It's in the Google Search Console Web Vitals report. There's web page tests as well. And there's also the JavaScript APIs in Chrome that you can use to measure these things in the real user setting. The goals for the thresholds that we are using to judge if websites are doing well, need improvement, or are doing poorly are based on field data that we gathered and analyzed. So these metrics can and are already being achieved by lots of websites. Even though you might not necessarily hit the targets yet, you can achieve them. That is definitely possible. And also to fix the moving goalpost issue, we will roughly update them every year. So we published them in May last year, 2020, and we will probably give an update on them at Google I/O this year as well. And then it will, again, roughly be a yearly cadence for us to review the thresholds and the metrics. So what are these 3 metrics that make up the core web vitals? The first thing measures visual completeness. So how long does it take until I actually see what I care about? What's the main content? How long does it take to show up? That's measured by the largest contentful paint metric. It's basically the visual loading time that we had measured with other things beforehand. And a good measure would be less than 2.5 seconds. If you're getting your main content visible within 4 seconds, that is in the needs improvement area. Everything that takes longer than 4 seconds has an impact on how users perceive your site. So we would recommend to make the website faster then. The second metric, as I hinted at with the pizza shop example, is how long does it take until I can actually interact with the web application. We measure that in the first input delay. You want to make sure that the page responds to user inputs. You can accomplish that by using less JavaScript or shifting it off the main thread or delaying it otherwise. And you want to be under 100 milliseconds because that feels basically immediate to the human brain, whereas a 300 millisecond delay feels like slightly sluggish, but still relatively instantaneous. everything that takes longer will eventually cause a disconnect or like a feeling of disconnect between the action and the reaction. So that's something that you want to keep an eye on as well. Last but not least, we also want to make sure that the page content is visually stable. What does that mean? Well, it means how much does it move around. You probably know this if you're on your phone or on your computer and you see like a website shows you a button and you want to interact with that button. But then before you can click on that button, something else moves and then like a new thing is there and you click on that and you're like, no, I didn't want to interact with this. Why did that happen? We measure that with a new metric called cumulative layout shift. And it's basically how much of the content shifted and by how much did it shift. That value should be below 0.1, because everything between 0.1 and 0.25 is considered okay. Everything that is more than that is definitely considered a problem. What are these values? To be fair, I don't really have found the unit that I should use because it's not really percent, but it's basically the way you calculate it is how much of the page is affected by the shift and by how much does it shift. So in this case, for instance, we have a website that has two halves, right? The gray half and the green half. After a while, a button pops into the middle of the page, which means the entire lower half shifts. So 50% of the page is affected by the shift. And the button and some spacing that it introduces is roughly 14% of the page. So it is affected by 14%. So we can multiply the 50%, that's the affected area, by the 14% that it shifts. And that gives us 7%. It's not really percent, but like 0.07 is the value we get if we multiply a 0.5 with 0.14. So 0.07, that would be within the acceptable range, actually. Assuming that this button would now be on the top of the page, everything on the page would shift, so 100% of it would shift. It would probably still be shifting by 14%, so that would be 0.14. That is above the threshold already. So you can see that either large amounts of space that are taken after the fact that, or after the first rendering, or a shift that moves everything on the page. Both of these are being taken into account as problematic shifts anyway. What can you do in regards to the Core Web Vitals? web.dev/vitals has lots of information. Learn what you want to learn about these metrics, understand what they do, how they are measured, and how you can improve on them. It's very, very useful to know how this works. Test all your different page versions. If you have a mobile, desktop, and AMP page version of your content, then test all three of these or any combinations. And do look into integrating it into your automated flow, because that's really, really helpful. It also has impact on Google Search, or will have impact on Google Search. There will be a new signal called page experience. In May 2021, we want to launch this new ranking signal that is comprised or composed from existing ranking signals. So we take things like mobile friendliness, safe browsing, HTTPS, and intrusive interstitials, which are already ranking factors, and remove the proprietary page speed variation that we use to measure in ranking with the Core Web Vitals measurements, and combine these into a signal called the page experience signal. Page speed and mobile user experience are not new ranking factors. They have been beforehand, so it's not something that you need to super much worry about. It is just something to be aware of. And both the page speed using the Core Web Vitals and the others that I just mentioned will form this new page experience signal. That will happen in May. One of the upsides is that once this page experience signal has launched, we know how fast different pages are, and we will no longer require AMP to be, AMP is no longer a requirement to show up in the top stories carousel. So if you're a news site and want to have your articles in the top stories carousel, once the page experience signal has launched, AMP will not be a requirement to show up in there anymore. What can you do for these things? What if like people in your organization are worried about the page experience update? Don't be worried about it. It's not like a huge update. It is an update, but it's not like the biggest we've done. Do check your pages. Make sure that there's no like Core Web Vitals issues, that there are no mobile friendliness issues, no safe browsing issues. You can use the Search Console. That's a free tool we put out there. You can go to search.google.com/console, sign up, get a feeling for how your pages are doing, and use the Core Web Vitals report as well as the mobile friendliness test to figure out where there's areas for improvement and work on those. If you want to learn more, feel free to ping us on Twitter at Google Search C, or ping me on Twitter as Geekonaut. You can also check out our documentation at developers.google.com/search, which has a load of information. And we also run a YouTube channel with regular office hours on youtube.com/Google Search Central. With that, I'd like to say thank you so much for watching and listening, and bring on your questions. I'm really excited to hear what you are up to.
Thank you, Martin, for this nice explainer of Web Core Vitals. Before I invite Martin with me here on stage, of course, we're going to look at the results of his question. Let's go to the results right now, and we'll see. The biggest winner is third-party JavaScript with 34%. So over 1/3 of you think that it's third-party. 1/3 thinks it's third-party. That's nice. After that comes your own JavaScript, or people that don't know. And it might also be something else with 17%. So it could be anything. You can still answer, of course, but Martin will be with us in a split second, so don't go anywhere. You can still answer. Sorry, I had to make that joke. I don't know why. Martin, hey, thanks for joining us. How are you doing?
Hi there. Oh, doing pretty well. I mean, all things considered, still doing well, I guess. Yeah. How are you doing?
Good, happy to hear that. Yeah, very well, very well. I can't complain. I mean, it's been a lovely 2 days here at TestJS Summit. So anything that happens in life, you forget with such nice conference days. We're going to go into the questions from our audience. So strap yourself to your seat. We're going to go. The first question is from our guest, Yanni, and he's asking visual completeness within 2.5 seconds, but first input within 100 milliseconds. Is it really feasible to have any sort of effective input if the main content is not loaded yet? Or does the first input metric measure the time between the user clicking and the input showing up? He doesn't quite understand what exactly is measured there.
That is a brilliant question. So the general idea with the FID is roughly, so what problem are we trying to address? The problem we're trying to address with this is the fact that lots of pages have JavaScript that blocks the main thread, which effectively means that you can't actually use the main thread for anything else than actually executing the JavaScript that has been loaded into the document. So basically, the FID 100 milliseconds is looking at main thread activity and how early on we could potentially get the main thread to do stuff. You have to understand that also the painting and the layouting and all of that stuff does not happen on them. Actually, with the layouting, I'm not even 100% sure, and I'm also not sure if every browser does it the same, but at least like the painting part, which has a lot of influence on the largest contentful paint, for instance, that happens separately, especially the painting because it's on the GPU. And I'm pretty sure most of the browsers are actually doing layouting on a separate thread as well. But any JavaScript can potentially block the main thread, which is also where the interactions are processed and the inputs are processed. So you want to get off the main thread as early as possible, or you might want to buffer things out, or you might want to offload lots of work into like longer running work in JavaScript into web workers, for instance, which is, by the way, a heavily underutilized technique. So that's pretty much what we are trying to figure out here. How fast does your website potentially respond to inputs? Not necessarily like from an interaction to something happening, but basically when would you be able to start processing inputs? If you think about it, if you have a website that like starts displaying things and maybe it doesn't display things yet, but you still have like a bunch of sections that are roughly taking up space already because just the painting hasn't happened yet. And you want to scroll because you know you want to be somewhere in the middle of the page and you scroll and nothing happens. That's not necessarily a great experience. But generally, for what you're trying to do, I think it is fine to not necessarily worry too much about this, worry more about the delay between, and that's hard to measure, unfortunately, automatically, which is why this metric is potentially going to be improved in the future, between actually interaction happening and your code responding, because that's where the psychology really is. Again, not really easy to express that in the metrics, unfortunately, yet.
Well, you'll get there one day, Martin. I know you will.
I'm not smart enough for that. That's something that they need to like work on.
Hey,
the smart people.
Just act. Just play the role.
Sure. I'm on it.
Next question, and I think that's the last question we have time for, is from AutoGibbon. Is the CLS metric time-bound? In example, I've seen some websites shift all the time while you're using it, and others only spend the first few seconds of loading and bouncing stuff around.
That's actually, it is not time-bound as far as I'm aware. That's actually one of the biggest complaints about this, because single-page applications currently have a bit of a hard time with CLS, because technically when you navigate from one view to another, you have a huge layout shift, right? Pretty much everything on the page is affected, and it shifts by a lot. So as the CLS is measured throughout page lifetime in a user's browser, you might see high CLS scores when it isn't really visual instability. It's just the way that single-page applications happen to work. There is currently, if you go to Chrome Devs, I think is the account name. So basically the Chrome developers Twitter account, you'll find a link to a survey where you can give feedback on problems with CLS, because I know that that metric is definitely in for a major rework, because there is no time boxing or time bounding on CLS, and that can actually cause high CLS values where they are not really a user experience problem.
Yeah, so it feels like cheating. Yeah, like I said, that's all the time we have for our face-to-face Q&A. Oh, we have
one more.
One more, but a quick one, Martin. The question is from Seth. How does PageShift handle things like privacy/cookie notifications, banners and stuff?
So I had a look at that, and it depends on how it's implemented. If it is implemented outside of the rest of the layout flow, so if you're basically absolute positioning things on top of it without other things shifting, that's not a layout shift. Oftentimes, many solutions that are on the market, unfortunately, implemented in a way that it does shift things around, and then that is a problem.
So don't shift things around if you want to have a good score. If you want Martin's approval, don't shift things around. Well, thanks, Martin. For the rest of the questions, you're going to have to go to Martin's speaker room. He's going to go to the spatial chat, click the link below in the timetable, and you'll find Martin there. Martin, thanks a lot.
Yes.
Lovely seeing you again.
Thank you very much. Hopping over to spatial chat. Thanks a lot.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
So you may not be surprised. The next thing I'm going to ask you to do is go to slido.com and just answer this simple question. How did you like Martin's talk? You can answer with a 5, a 5, a 5, a 5, or a 5. And I hope you'll be giving him a 5. And now I'm going to give it over to my lovely co-MC, Anna. Take it away.
Thank you so much. And the first thing I would like to do is give a shout out to one of our lovely sponsors, TestJS. Thank you so much for making this event possible. I would also like to remind you all that we have a raffle going on Twitter. You can win one of 2 multi-passes that give you access to 4 conferences happening in the next couple of months. Please use this hashtag TestJS Summit and keep the pictures going. And with that, it is my pleasure to announce you to the next speaker, Artem. Artem is a software engineer as well as an open source author and maintainer. He's also a CSS Grid ambassador, and he will be talking about beyond API mocking. He also provided us with a question. How do you mock API at work? So please go to Slido and pick one of the following options. We spy directly on Fetch. We use third-party libraries. We have an in-house solution. We use a standalone mocking server, or we don't mock. And With that being said, don't forget to ask questions in the Q&A channel. Give a big round of applause to Artem, and the stage is yours.
Hello, everybody. Thank you for joining. I hope you are healthy and well and would love to hear about API mocking. My name is Artem, and I am a JavaScript engineer, which has a huge love for open source. I've been doing open source for more than 5 years, during the course of which I was extremely lucky to author more than 20 packages that by this time have more than 8 million downloads on NPM. And today I would love to talk with you about testing, and specifically about API mocking and role it plays in it. But before we begin, I'd love to ask you a question. Why do we write tests? Well, we certainly don't write them to gather code coverage. It can be useful at times, but unfortunately, it doesn't mean that our product works or works well. We're not writing tests to check each and every little piece of logic we wrote, because that would be testing our code instead of testing the intention behind that code, which we shouldn't do. I think why we write tests is, first of all, to gain confidence, to rest assured that the software we build is functional and our customers are enjoying and loving it. And to gain that confidence from testing, we should follow two principles. And the first one is to test as a user. And the user here doesn't mean customer necessarily. Of course, if you're having an e-commerce website and you want to double check the success scenarios in different pages, you will be performing user actions there. But let's say you are writing a test for a function or a class, then the user for that class would be another developer. So you need to put their expectations against your class and write your test following by that expectations. I like this quote by Kenzie Dodds that says, the more your tests resemble the way your software is used, the more confidence they can give you. And I think it summarizes this principle pretty brilliantly. The other one principle that can give us more confidence during tests is to establish clear boundaries. I think you're pretty familiar with this because this is the reason why we have different testing levels. So when we want to focus on a single unit of code, we write unit tests. Then perhaps we want to check that pieces fit together nicely and we do some integration testing, and we can wrap up with end-to-end tests to check the entire system. And I see mocking as a tool that distributes these boundaries. Let me give you an example. Let's say we have this orange square and we want to test it. Now, in a real application, this orange square probably does quite a few things, and it may depend on other squares like this blue one. Now, because of this dependency, we can no longer focus our test on the orange cube alone, and we need to somehow account for the blue one. So this is where we can mock the blue one to substitute it with a seemingly compatible cube, but it's going to be different. And because of this, we can control this dependency and connection between modules and make sure that our test of the orange one is focused. And API mocking is a technique that allows us to substitute API communication, so HTTP requests, in the same manner. There are two main practices when it comes to implementing API mocking in your projects. The first one is to use a mocking server. This is a pretty straightforward setup, and it means that you have a standalone HTTP server that will substitute a production one. And while it's fairly easy to set up, and it has some sort of abstraction syntax to write the routes and responses, I think it has a few disadvantages. So primarily, no matter what are you going to use, write your own server or use a third-party library, you're going to end up pulling dependencies, and the whole process will feel like you're writing an actual server, but you're not doing so. Then you need to ensure the operability of your server, so it starts and stops at the right time before or after your tests, and then there are no runtime exceptions that can crash the tests. And the worst thing of mock server is conditional URLs. And this is what I mean by them. This is an abstract example of code where we have some fetch call to an API backend.com. Now, we don't want to hit that production URL during testing, so we probably introduce some environmental variable that says that, hey, if you're running under test, just hit this other URL at localhost, because this is where we have the mock server running. Now, the issue with this is that during the test run, the code will never hit this line, which it does in production. And let's say we made a mistake here. We mistyped a protocol, or we missed a few slashes or dots. Now, this is going to result into a perfectly passing test on CI while perfectly crashed app for our customers. And the reason that happened is because we introduced a deviation. So the app that runs during test is slightly different than the one that runs on customer machines. And the more you alter the system under test, the more you're testing a different system entirely. I think the other approach how to do API mocking is to use a mock client. So this is a quick example of spying on window.fetch and saying that each call of fetch should resolve into this JSON, which we specified. What this is going to do is that instead of calling the actual fetch function in the browser or during the test, it's going to always call this mock and return this fixed JSON. Now, probably we don't want all requests to return the same JSON, so we want to introduce some logic where responses depend on requests. And we end up writing this API client mock, which has this logic. And then we realize that we also need to account for some business behavior and also keep account for headers and other things to make this API client mock feel realistic. And in the end, we end up with a huge abstraction, which we wrote just for the sake of testing. There are also a couple more issues with mocked clients. For example, because we're taking out the client and replacing it, we need to ensure that requests and responses make sense, that they are spec compliant and they are similar or identical to what is going to happen in the actual app. The input to such mocked client is also always considered valid. So unless we somehow validate the request and responses, the mock client is going to digest them and perform them even if they have a typo, for example. Then clients are quite different, and the way response and requests are handled in Fetch may be different for XHR and Apollo. So we need to take account on that as well when writing it. And this creates a very tight coupling between our mocking and actual libraries we use, which makes it very hard to migrate and to see our software evolve. The worst thing is that requests never happen with the mocking client. That's kind of what we wrote, right? So instead of calling actual fetch or Apollo, we're calling the mocked counterpart. So the actual logic never executes. Let's keep that in mind and think about what could be a better approach. So here we have an app. It can be an actual app running in the browser or just a part of an app in the integration test. The point is that this app makes a request. Now, we want this request to happen. We want the actual request client to be called and request to leave the app. Why? Because this is what happens in production. And if we stay close to this, we will get more confidence from a test. But we don't want for this request to hit an actual server. That way, if the server is down or malfunctioning, our test will fail. But the point of our client-side test is to test the client, right? Not the server. But we still want to receive a mocked response back so we can control different service scenarios per test and it will be reproduced reliably. So we always tend to choose either mock client or server, but there's actually a thing in between, so we could choose neither. And that thing is called Service Worker. Service Worker is an API that is a kind of a web worker, a JavaScript module that lives next to your application in a browser and executes in a separate thread. This is an example of a worker file. So workers have certain lifecycle events, and one of them is a fetch event. Worker triggers this whenever your app makes any kind of request. And in this handler, I'm writing that I want to look up the cached response, and if there is a cached response, just respond with it. So don't do actual requests. But if there is no cache, execute the fetch as usual. Now you can see how with this, there's a huge potential to implement caching like this on the client side. But this got me thinking, what if instead of cached responses, we could return mock responses? Let's try that out. So the same worker, but this time in the fetch event, we're responding with this hard-coded response body and status code 200. And now whichever request our app makes is going to leave the app and it's going to hit the worker. And in response, this static response will be returned. This is pretty great. So let's just use service workers for mocking and the problem is solved. But if you try to do that, you will be faced with a number of challenges. First of all, service workers have limited execution context, and this is mainly due to security considerations. You cannot access the window object or DOM, and obviously your client-side code and your functions, utilities, and libraries. The worker can get out of date. And each time you register a worker, this does not necessarily push the latest worker to the browser, and you may end up with an obsolete worker, which is not nice. When you hard load the page, the worker will stop and you would have to reload the page to see it running again. This creates a distorted developer experience. Workers also control unrelated clients, and they do it because the worker establishes connection with a client based on its URL. So you may open a completely different project on the same URL on localhost and see an unrelated worker kicking in and trying to mock responses. And this is just confusing. Despite those challenges, I like the idea. And a couple of years back, I wrote a library that's called Mock Service Worker, or MSW for short. And it leverages the ability of service worker to intercept requests and does that gracefully. MSW is the closest thing to an actual server without having to create one. And this is thankfully to service workers. Let me show you how the workflow with the library looks like before we dive into internals. So first thing first, I'm gonna tell the library which request to capture. And I'm writing these things called request handlers, just functions that described request information and which response to produce. Here, I'm targeting a REST API request, which is a GET request to /user endpoint. And I'm producing this mocked response, this JSON body with first name equals John. Once I'm done with the handlers and I described all the server behavior, I'm creating a worker by calling setup worker and providing my handlers. And then starting this worker, which is gonna register and activate the worker in the browser. I import this module in my app, and I can see that now when I make a request to /user, it gets intercepted and I receive the mock response. But how exactly does it work? So whenever the app makes a request, it gets intercepted by the worker. The worker clones the request and sends it back to MSW because MSW doesn't execute on the worker. Instead, it runs next to your client code, so you can use your favorite languages, libraries, and utilities there. MSW tries to find the handler for this request. When it does, it returns the mock response to the worker, and worker uses it to respond to the original request in the client. Now with MSW and due to service workers, there is no more this ghost requests that never happen. Instead, you can clearly see requests in the network tab because they actually happen, the same as in production. There is no more request client stabbing. We don't meddle with fetch or other libraries. And because of that, we're getting full specification compliance. Because request client is called and response is composed on the service worker side. If any of these parts is invalid, an exception will be thrown. And there's also no more conditional URLs, which is again because of service worker, and we can get identical application behavior the same as our app does in production. So when would you use MSW? Well, first of all, you can use it for testing. Once you've written the request handlers, you can reuse them for integration tests and also for end-to-end tests with Cypress or Puppeteer. You can push this concept even further and use MSW for development. Let's say your backend is not ready or it undergoes a change, or you want to experiment with some third-party API. You can just try it out with MSW first. The next one is debugging, and that's my favorite, because whenever there's data-related issue, you can just create a handler for a specific request and try to match what response crashes your app. Once you do, you have a reliable way to reproduce the issue and thus to fix it. You also can use MSW for prototyping. When you're building your next awesome product, and the backend may not be ready, but you can still write client-side code, and you can use MSW to act like a backend. So here we can try RESTful API today, and maybe tomorrow we want to have a peek at how our application would feel with GraphQL. So we just use GraphQL request handler, and we don't have to commit to the entire ecosystem of GraphQL just to try it out. There are much more features that MSW offers. For example, it's written in TypeScript, so you can use type definitions to annotate your requests and responses and make sure that you're safe. It's request client agnostic, so you can use MSW with any request issuing client, be it native fetch or React Query or Apollo. There is no library-specific version logic there. You can also use MSW with Node.js, so to run it in Jest, or when you develop in Node.js servers to mock third-party communication. Companies like Google, Spotify, and Gatsby are already using MSW, and you are one command away from trying it yourself, so don't miss out. Make sure to check out the repo at mswjs/msw and also the docs at mswjs.io, where you can read more about the library, its API, see some usage examples, and also check out the comparison with other API mocking tools out there. If you're a more hands-on learner, definitely look at that YouTube video to mock a basic HTTP response that goes from start to finish, configuring MSW and getting the mocks ready in under 4 minutes. And also don't miss Epic React course by Kenzie Dodds, which is a huge collection of material on how to build awesome React apps. And it features MSW in its testing section. Make sure to follow API Mocking on Twitter to stay in touch with releases and library updates. And you can also follow me just to say hi or ask a question. I'm always happy. I hope this talk was useful to you, and now you can write more confident tests, and perhaps MSW can contribute to that. Thank you.
Wow, Artem, thank you so much. The slides looked so sleek. I'm amazed. They were awesome. And I really loved the little hidden Pikachu. And so let's have a look at the poll results. Okay, it looks like most people are using third-party libraries and 24 people don't mock their APIs? What? Please remember to post all your questions in the Q&A channel in Discord. And let's say hi to Artem.
Hey, hello.
Hi. I'm sorry for not even attempting to pronounce your last name.
That's all right.
Okay. Is there anything surprising you about the poll results?
Well, I think it's pretty expected. I think most of us use third-party libraries built for that, so we don't have to.
That's what we do at my job as well. But oh, now it's only 23% of people who said we don't mock APIs. So the rest is pretty even out. There are no questions so far. So please, people, go to Discord and ask all your questions. And maybe in the meantime, you would like to tell us something about what's going on with MWS? No, sorry, MSW. That's the right order. I heard there are some nice things brewing.
Yeah, definitely. We got a few people joining to the team, and with more folks using it and contributing, we get a lot of requests. And we're now working on improved GraphQL integration so we can support subscriptions. And we're also pushing for WebSockets because, well, we use WebSockets, but there are not many solutions that support mocking that.
Yeah.
And we're trying to also support more maybe approaches in development and testing you have. For example, I know that folks prefer like data-driven approach. So they can define the schema and then they can generate different entities and have the mocks based on that. So we're also working on the data modeling solution to help out.
That sounds awesome. So the community is really growing.
Yeah, it's crazy. I'm happy for it.
Okay, cool. I see there are some questions coming in. Stephen wants to know, could you integrate MSW and PACT? Do you have any info on that?
Well, I haven't tried that, but I don't think why you wouldn't be able to. So I guess it's the cool opportunity to try it out and let us know.
Okay, cool. So Stephen, if you try it out, please let us know what the answer is.
Definitely.
Steve wants to know, can you enumerate some differences between Cypress mock feature and MSW?
I guess that by Cypress mock, they mean like Cypress intercept, perhaps. I haven't heard about the mock API. But in any case, I think that in Cypress, request interception is done through stubbing of fetch or XHR. So that would be the main difference. Because when you use service workers, you don't have to do that, like I mentioned in the talk. You actually allow your app to make the requests. And everything happens, all the request client code is called, and then the service worker intercepts it in the network level. So I suppose that would be the main difference. But you can use MSW with Cypress as well and have it running alongside your app in the Cypress and then have it handling the mocking.
Okay, cool. I think that also maybe answers the next question. Basilis wants to know, would you use MSW in production as some kind of API gateway?
Well, there are a few people who use MSW in production, but it's mainly for educational purposes. I don't think that it's a good idea because once you push the worker to your user's machine, you would be responsible to keeping it in sync. And as I mentioned, workers are quite tricky. And even if you register the new version, it doesn't mean that the old one will get replaced immediately. And if you don't want to get stuck in this out-of-date mocks logic, I would probably not recommend doing so. But you can definitely try. I mean, service workers are meant for production. And if you find a value in that in running MSW in production, perhaps, yeah, give it a try.
So it's possible, but debugging is maybe a more common use case.
Yeah, it mainly focuses on testing and development rather than like acting like a gateway.
Okay. Richard says, hi, was just about to ask about WS mocks. When is that likely to be introduced? Will it support dynamic responses?
I'm not sure I follow WS mocks.
That's what was written. Maybe Richard can clarify on that. And in the meanwhile, let's go to TestyBytes question. What are some of the use cases for mocking API? Mocking third-party APIs makes sense almost always. Would you mock APIs you own?
Well, I guess it depends on the kind of testing level you are on. Because if you're testing your components, like the integration of them, like let's say some login form or checkout form, just a little piece of code you wrote, but it already has multiple components and perhaps it does requests. So I guess it makes sense to mock your own API here because you don't want to rely on an actual server during this test. And once you bring it one level up to end-to-end tests, then probably here you want to hit your actual endpoints and make sure that it works for customers. I would probably split it like that.
Yeah, it probably depends on the size of your project and what level of test you are doing. Yeah. Okay. Have we heard back from Richard yet so that we can answer the question? Oh, a WebSocket mocks. Sorry, he meant WebSocket mocks.
Okay, got it. Sorry.
So do you want me to repeat the whole question?
Yeah, if you don't mind.
Hi, was just about to ask about WebSocket mocks. When is that likely to be introduced? Will it support dynamic responses?
Okay, so yeah, as I mentioned, we are working on WebSocket support as well. I kicked off the prototype a few months back, but I guess it needs still some polishing. And I would expect it somewhere this year, but probably closer to summer. It depends on the priorities, but it would definitely be nice to have it there so people can try it out and let us know, because we obviously can't predict all the use cases that you have. So once it's out, try it out and let us know. And in regards to dynamic responses, I'm actually not sure. I don't have much experience with WebSockets myself, like using them. I'm digging through like how they implement it and specification, but I haven't got to the part of this feature yet. So perhaps if you're concerned with this, I would suggest you go to GitHub and just raise this in the pull request so we won't miss it up. Thanks.
Well, but summer is not that far away, so can we try it out soon?
We'll do our best.
Do you have any plans when the next version is gonna come out? I mean, we already talked a little bit about the rest of the roadmap.
Yeah, we have a few small like developer experience improvements, which I think gonna land next week. Like a lot of people were asking to help them debug scenarios when requests are not intercepted. And this is really common. Sometimes there's a typo, sometimes there's a wrong, I don't know, domain name or something. And we already have some basic logic that's just gonna tell you, hey, this is not intercepted, but we're gonna push it further and we're gonna use some string matching logic that's gonna suggest to you the handler that you perhaps meant. So whenever you request a resource, we're gonna check, hey, maybe you did a typo, or maybe you requested a GraphQL query, but you meant a mutation with the same name. So expect that, I think, next week.
That's such a great and helpful feature. So next week might be the exact perfect time to try this framework out if one hasn't already. So I gotta definitely put that on my own list. And Tiger wants to know, will WebSockets enable GraphQL subscriptions with MSW?
Yeah, definitely. I hope so. Last time I checked, they do work through WebSockets. So once we have WebSockets rolled out first, we're going to look into GraphQL subscriptions and if we need to do any extra work there.
Okay, awesome. And I hear people are really looking forward to that feature. So that's also coming next week, or?
You mean what, WebSockets?
Yeah, or that's already part of the framework.
Oh, no. It's the thing I meant it's going to happen close to summer. So
in
still
summer.
need some work. Yeah.
Okay, great. We don't have any more questions right now. So if there's anything else.
Yeah, thank you for the questions. It's been really great.
It was great having you here, and see you in the speakers room. Please, if there's anybody else you want to talk about with Artem, join on Spatial Chat. And thank you so much, Artem.
Yeah, thank you for having me. It's been a pleasure. Thanks.
Bye. And with that, I would like to say hi to Alex. And with that, I would like to say back hi to Alex and Metin for a small fireside chat. Hi, you two.
Hey, how are you enjoying yourself so far?
It's great. It's my first time doing this. Yeah. So I was a little bit nervous. I'm not sure if you can tell, but there's so many great talks. It's my mind is blown. I didn't knew that there was so much interest in testing, because my experience is that it can still be a lot of struggle. Like one of the questions also showed that, like, how do I convince my manager? And in the past few years, it has gotten better, but I think
it depends. In my experience, it depends on the size of the company. Also, bigger companies have more budget for testing, and if it's a smaller company, you kind of have to do it on the down low a little bit yourself. So it really depends, in my experience. But I wanted to get back to one thing you mentioned before. People in the audience, have you noticed this Anna's first time emceeing anything? I mean, if you think she's doing a good job, you know, we've been sending the clap emojis for our speakers, but you can also give a first time MC some clap emojis, right? So send some clap emojis in the community channel if you think Anna's doing a good job.
Thank you so much.
And for those who have not been seeing all the messages coming in on Discord, be sure to check the fun channel to see a nice meme of Alex.
Thank you for that, Martin. So we've spent 2 days together, and at the end of 2 days, Anna is a state of mind, Laka is a meme. We're still looking for something other than Dutch for Martin to be. I think he's mentioned he's Dutch twice. Eventually, if we come up with something good for Martin, I swear I will learn Dutch enough to say hello and good morning, and I'll record myself on the internet for Martin. So if you come up with something good for Martin, better than a state of mind and a meme, I'm gonna learn Dutch. To be honest, I've had a once close encounter with Dutch. I used to live in Germany, literally 20 kilometers from the Dutch border, so we would go into the Netherlands quite a bit. I've never managed to learn Dutch though, so I'm gonna make an effort for Martin.
So you just came for our treats then?
Come on, stroopwafels are delicious.
Yeah, I know.
Especially fresh from the market.
Yeah, when they're still warm and they're dripping with. That's why I could never be in.
Cold.
I could never move abroad because of stroopwafels. Yeah.
I haven't had sugar. I haven't had sugar in a year and a half. Please don't talk about sugary things. We can talk about anything else, but not sugar. Like my cake for my birthday was sugar-free cake. It wasn't even good. No stroopwafel.
Well, there's not a lot of sugar in that. It's okay.
So Speaking of sugar, let's show Artem some nice sugary tweets and go to Slido and rate his talk. Please give him a full 5 stars for this awesome talk with a little Pikachu in the middle. And I would like to take this point and remind you of Spatial.chat. We have the contract testing discussion room coming up. And so go there and discuss the heck out of contract testing. And please also go to testjssummit.com/jobs and check out the open positions there. And don't forget to go to testjssummit.com/perks to maybe grab some digital and physical goodies. And now it is my pleasure to introduce you to Slobodan. Again, I'm sorry about the last name. Slobodan is talking about writing testable server apps using hexagonal architecture. Slobodan is a CTO at Cloud Horizon, and he also is the co-author of a serverless book. So go check that out and go to slido.com and ask the question that Slobodan submitted. What kind of application architecture do you use? Traditional or serverless? Remember, go to slido.com and use 6617 to get to this question. And also go to Discord, ask all the questions, give all the clap emojis to Slobodan, and the stage is yours.
Hello. What's the scariest thing about serverless? There are many scary things, right? Well, some people would say that the scariest thing is long-running tasks, but that's not really the scariest thing because there are many ways to have longer-running functions and things like these. Have you heard about cold start? That was a really scary thing at the beginning, but now it's not that much because with Node.js, your cold start is maybe 100 milliseconds or something like that. What about local development and debugging? That's still a really hard thing to do, but tooling is getting better every day, so it's not really that scary anymore. But there's one thing that everyone is mentioning. It's losing control. Yeah, maybe, but on the other side, with losing control, you're gaining speed and some other things, so I don't think that's the scariest thing. But again, there's one thing that everyone is scared about. And it doesn't matter if you talk to developer or some business person, everyone will mention big, bad vendor lock-in. It's really scary, right? But let's see what's vendor lock-in. If you go to Wikipedia, you'll see that in economics, vendor lock-in makes a customer dependent on vendor for products or services unable to use another vendor without substantial switching costs. I don't really like definition, so let's try to explain with a few diagrams. So let's say that you need a server. I don't know why, but you just want to have a server and build some kind of application. You can buy it or rent it, but no one is buying servers anymore. So you decide to rent it. You find a guy that has a lot of servers in his basement. Let's call that guy Jeff. And you rent one server from Jeff, and that's now your cloud. You're using that server, and after some time, Jeff is really smart, and he knows how do you use his servers, and he knows that you're building databases, some caching, and things like these. So he starts building services for you. You can use just a database without the server, or just use cache, or maybe machine learning or functions, and it's even better because you can pay for these things only when you use them. It's really awesome, and you will love your cloud services now. But what if Jeff is actually a villain? And at some point, you're so dependent on his services and he increased costs of all of these services. And of course, your wallet would not be happy in this moment. And you will not be happy for sure. But fortunately, you have some options. For example, you can find another guy that has a lot of servers in his basement or whatever. Let's call this one Bill. And Bill also has a database and compute and machine learning and everything else. And the costs are more or less the same as the cost of Jeff's services before he increased the pricing. But what's expensive is migration, because Jeff's database is not exactly the same as Bill's database. So you need to invest a lot of time to move your application from one services to other. And that's basically cloud vendor lock-in. We saw another example lately with Parler, but that's slightly different because they're not able to migrate to any big vendor. So this is really extreme case, but this presentation will not cover that. Regarding vendor lock-in, I really think that Mark Schwartz, enterprise strategist at AWS, is right. He thinks that term lock-in is misleading because we're actually talking about switching costs. As soon as we commit to any platform or a vendor, we'll have switching costs if we later decide to change that vendor or platform. For example, if you build your application in PHP and then at some point you want to migrate that to Node.js or Go or something else, you'll have a big switching cost because you need to pause for some time, rebuild everything in a different language, and then continue from that point. So how do we fight vendor lock-in? Or let's ask the better question, how do we keep our switching costs reasonable? Well, we can do a few things. First, we need to plan and do planning and analysis. For example, we need to answer some questions such as how likely will I need to switch to another platform or service? What would be the cost for that switch? If there is no big chance to switch to something else, for example, you picked your database and you don't think you will need to switch in the near future, it's okay to have a slightly higher cost of migration, but for some other things, you need to keep that cost lower. You need to have good architecture, of course. And finally, you need to have deployment procedures because if you don't have them, it will be really, really hard to migrate anywhere. That leads us to our topic for today, and that's writing testable serverless applications and preventing vendor lock-in using hexagonal architecture. But before we continue, let me introduce myself. I'm Slobodan Stojanovic. I'm CTO and partner at Cloud Horizon and Vacation Tracker. Vacation Tracker is a leave tracking management system, and Cloud Horizon is basically an agency. We are doing web apps for other people. I also wrote a book, Serverless Applications with Node.js, with my friend Alexander Simovic, and it's published by Manning Publications. And I'm also AWS Serverless Hero. You can follow me on my website. I write about serverless a lot and testing also. So let's go back to our topic because that's definitely more interesting than I am. So we'll talk about writing testable serverless apps using hexagonal architecture. But let's focus on testable part first. Why is it testing important for serverless apps? You basically outsource some parts of your app to a vendor, but that's not covering everything. They'll manage infrastructure for you, but you still own your code and your business logic, so you need to test that part of the application. And also, most of the time, serverless applications are not fully isolated monoliths without integrations. Instead, they contain a lot of small services that are interacting with each other all the time, and they have a lot of external dependencies. I mentioned Vacation Tracker, so here's an example. Our application is web app that has also Slack chatbot. And inside Slack, you can type /vacation and request vacation in just a few clicks. It's so easy. You can do that in just a few minutes, actually a few seconds. But in the background, that looks something like this. Slack sends some requests to our Amazon API gateway. API gateway receives that HTTP request and decides which Lambda function to run. That Lambda function will parse that request, send that to something called Amazon Event Bridge that will just communicate with our business logic in the background. It's an enterprise service bus. And then immediately, AWS Lambda function will return the answer through Amazon API Gateway to Slack and tell Slack that we received the message. In the background, our business logic will catch that message and do something with it. For example, request a leave for yours or do something like that. There are a lot of things that can change or fail every moment. For example, Slack can change the payload. It happened a few times. in the last few years, or for example, Slack can be down, then Amazon API Gateway can change its payload or something like that. Then AWS Lambda function, maybe our Lambda function is not sending the right message to Amazon Event Bridge, or we don't have rights to send that message, so that can fail. And finally, maybe Amazon Event Bridge cannot trigger our business logic for some reason. So there are a lot of changes that can happen all the time. And tests will not prevent these changes for sure, but they'll make sure that the changes we're doing are not accidental. So how do we prevent changes? We can't. Our application needs to adapt really fast and start working with different payload or whatever. So how do we know which part of the application, what should we test actually in our serverless application? In traditional applications, there's something called testing pyramid. It's defined by Michael Cohn in his book, Succeeding with Agile, and it looks something like this. At the bottom of pyramid, there are unit tests because they're fast and really cheap. You don't need anything external for these tests, so they're cheap and fast because of that. And you need to write a lot of unit tests. Then for integration tests, they're a bit more expensive and slower because they need to connect to some kind of database or other services. So you need less integration tests, but they're also a bit more expensive. And finally, UI or end-to-end tests are the most expensive and the slowest ones because you need to have the whole application and everything. And that's why you don't want to have too many of them. Finally, many teams have some manual session-based testing. That is the slowest one because people need to do that, and they're the most expensive. With serverless, actually serverless testing pyramid would look more like Mayan pyramid instead of Egyptian pyramid. So unit tests are the same, but integration tests and UI tests are a bit faster and a bit cheaper because it's cheaper to spin up another instance of your application, and you pay per things that you only use in serverless, and you can do things in parallel. That's why they're a bit faster. Integration tests in serverless application are cheaper and faster than ever before, but they're also more important because the common serverless application is split into many small pieces. So we mentioned architecture. Which architecture is the best for serverless apps? Basically, there's no one architecture. You can use any architecture that will let you to test your serverless app easily and keep your switching costs low. Because sooner or later, you'll need to switch or migrate parts of your application from not to another cloud vendor, but most of the time to you will use another service, or you'll change some integration and things like this. There are some things that you need to consider when you're building serverless application and choosing architecture. You have configuration risk. So if your function is configured as it should, technical workflow risk, if you're handling errors and success responses as you should, business logic risks, if your business logic is working the way it should, and finally, integration risks. For example, if you're connected to the right database and if you have rights to write to that database and things like this. One of the architectures that fits these needs really good is hexagonal architecture or ports and adapters. Let's talk about that for a second. So its creator, Alistair Cockburn, explains it as an architecture that allows an application to equally be driven by users, programs, automated tests, or batch scripts, and to be developed and tested in isolation from its eventual runtime and databases, which is really good for serverless because, as we said at the beginning, debugging and local development sometimes can be a bit more complex than before. It's called ports and adapters because it works the same way as ports and adapters. For example, if you travel in some happier times, if you travel to some other countries, you need a different power plug for your laptop, and you don't want to buy another charging cable. Instead, you can buy a small adapter and just use your regular charging cable. We want to do the same for our applications, and we do that by isolating business logic in the middle, and then we have some certain ports for our events. basically for events, and then we have adapters for different services. For example, when we are testing our service locally, we can use local trigger adapter, and with the serverless app, we can use some kind of Lambda event adapter or something like that. So let's see this in an example. Let's go back to this example, and let's focus on one Lambda function. If we want to build our application in a way that can be easily testable, we can do something like this. We can have Lambda.js file. We do that for vacation tracker that fires the dependencies. That file has no tests, but it has just a few lines of code. Then we have our main JS file, or multiple files that represents our business logic. This business logic has its own unit tests and also its own integration tests. But for example, we have a lot of functions connected to EventBridge. We don't want to test each function against the EventBridge. We have a repository for that, and integration tests will test this against some kind of local repository with the same API and basically the same interface as the real EventBridge repository. And then we have EventBridge repository with its own unit tests and integration tests. And here we want to test that against the real Amazon EventBridge service to be sure that that works. And we can have some helper files, for example, event parser, that will basically run just unit tests because it's not connected to anything outside of our function. So let's see the code for this. This can represent our Lambda.js file. We require some things from, let's say, our business logic and some things for our common folder, whatever that is. And then inside the function, we want to create an instance of our EventBridge repository. And finally, there's a most important part of this code, and that's this line. We invoke our business logic. We pass the event that we received. We pass the parser that will be able to parse this event. That's our adapter for example, Lambda trigger. And finally, we pass the instance of our notification repository. With unit tests, we can easily test this by passing some static values for the event. We can mock parser and we can mock notification repository. For integration tests, we can pass, again, some static values for the event. And then we can pass some parser function and local notification adapter. And of course, as we said, the real notification adapter will have its own integration test. So we don't really care if this function can talk to EventBridge. Instead, we just want to check if this function is able to talk to notification adapter. It's simple and nice, but at the beginning, we mentioned big bad vendor lock-in. I'm pretty sure you still remember it. Well, how does this hexagonal architecture help you with fighting vendor lock-in, or, as we said, keeping our switching costs reasonable? Let's do another story. Again, vacation tracker. So we built the serverless prototype in the beginning. We had a small team with one full-time developer. Initial product was serverless chatbot plus Express.js and MongoDB. And it was growing fast. After like a few months, we had more than 200 teams using it. Now we have much more than that. And of course, we had a lot of bad decisions as a bonus that we did in the during that process. So we did a lot of migrations in the past few months and years. For example, we replaced Express API with Serverless API. We replaced MongoDB with DynamoDB, and we replaced API Gateway now with AppSync and GraphQL. Let's focus on MongoDB to DynamoDB. It's really, really hard to switch the database, but with hexagonal architecture, basically you can start with the same interface as we said. So for example, our MongoDB, whenever you want to get the user, you can invoke db.getUser and it will return the user object. What we did with DynamoDB, we created the same interface. So basically, it has the same function, getUser. When you pass the ID of that user, you'll have the same return object. So user1 will be the same as user2. So we did the following. We still have our function and it's connected to MongoDB repository. At some point, we also connected that function to DynamoDB repository and simply switched that adapter in the application. That was just a small part, of course, that is used by our code. But this is, of course, we needed to migrate the data and everything. But it's really important to do this because this way our business logic stays the same. It doesn't really matter for our business logic if the data is inside DynamoDB or MongoDB and how do they work in the background. And if we go back to this integration tests, we can do simply something like this. Before all, we can create a test database with serverless, and after all, we can destroy it. The code is really simple. It looks something like this. We create the table, wait for table to be created. It takes maybe 15 to 20 seconds. And then at the end, we can just destroy that table and wait like 2-3 seconds for that table to be destroyed. And you only pay for this table when you're running tests, and after that, your account is clear. And yeah, you're becoming a superhero of testing. Basically, let's do a short summary for to end this presentation. Good architecture helps you to maintain your switching cost low, or at least reasonable. You're not able to really at some in some situations. Hexagonal architecture is nice for serverless apps because it helps you to test these applications in isolation. And you should really test your integrations with serverless apps. Of course, you should test other parts of your application, but integrations are more important than ever. And sometimes tests are not enough. So you'll need to add some monitoring and error tracking to be sure that everything works all the time. And that's it for today. As I said, I'm speaking and writing a lot about serverless. You can go to my website and see the content. I'm also doing testing serverless apps workshop soon. So if you're interested into that, you'll be able to go to my website and get more info. Thank you very much. That's it for today.
Thank you so much, Slobodan. I really like the analogy with the power adapter. It really helped me understand the whole concept a little bit better. So shall we have a look at the poll results? 71% say traditional and only 29% are going serverless. That's a little bit less than I was hoping for, I guess. So let's say hi to Slobodan.
Hello.
Hi, welcome. So great to have you here. Thank you for the amazing talk.
Thank you.
So
I saw 29% of people using
Yes.
serverless. So I'm actually really happy with that number because serverless is still new. So it will take a few more years until we have a bigger percentage of people using serverless. But so far, like almost each third person using serverless is actually better than I expected. So yeah, I'm happy with that number.
I guess it depends a little bit on your market. I always feel like the American market is a little bit ahead of the European market. And so I was a little bit surprised that it's only like about a third. But yeah, I guess it depends.
It's a good number.
Yes.
Of course. But I remember the days when we had like a really small percentage of people using serverless, like less than maybe 5% or something like that. So 29 is
when it
really
just
good number.
started out. So it has grown a lot in recent years, and acceptance has grown a lot as well. So the number will hopefully rise some more.
For sure.
We have a few questions from the audience from you. Aaron wants to know, where do you put Docker in the scale between traditional and serverless?
So I'm probably not the right person to answer container questions because I'm not really using containers that much. But the only thing I'm using Docker for is for testing some of the serverless functions. I see another question related to AWS SAM, and this is exactly the part where I'm using Docker from time to time. I'm not really sure where does it fit the that serverless pyramid and testing. It's probably somewhere in between, but there are some managed containers now that are really close to serverless. So yeah, it really depends. I'm not the best person to answer container questions at the moment.
Okay, then let's go to the next question. Java Task wants to know, do you use AWS SAM and its local capabilities to test serverless apps locally? That was the question you were referring to, right?
Yeah, exactly. So AWS SAM, or Serverless Application Model, is a really nice tool that helps you to deploy, but also run locally some parts of your serverless application. And we're using that from time to time to test our, not really to test, not to run automated tests, but to see if the function really works the way that we want it to work. But I'm not using this every day. So when I need to test something locally, it's much easier for me to just write some unit tests or something like that, or integration tests, than to spin up the Docker, probably update Docker, because I'm not using it every day. So it can be really useful, especially when you're just starting with serverless. But for me, it's not a tool that I'm using every day, but we are using AWS SAM for deployment and for basically our infrastructure as a code.
Okay, cool. Java Task also asked, did you try to migrate AWS API Stack to Kubernetes plus Istio, or Google Cloud, or Microsoft Azure?
Oh yeah, definitely not, and we're not planning to do that. So it's so that the next follow-up question is basically how practical hexagonal architecture is. So if we want to do some big migration, we would need still to write a lot of code for sure.
Yeah.
But the good thing with serverless architecture is that the business logic of your function stays the same. So I know that the business logic of the function, for example, I talk about our product, Vacation Tracker, the way you're requesting a leave or approving a leave will stay the same. What will change is basically connectors, how that data is stored to some database and things like these. So adapters and things like this, but the business logic is independent of the platform. So that's why when you mentioned ports and adapters at the beginning, this is really good explanation. For example, if you travel somewhere, of course not this year, but hopefully soon, soon in the future, you don't want to buy a new adapter when, for example, when you go to the US or something, some other country with different power sockets, you don't want to buy the whole power cable for your Mac or something like that and pay a lot of money. Instead, you buy a small adapter just to allow your computer to be actually to use your existing power adapter with power supply in your hotel or something like that. You want to do the same with your code.
Exactly, because you wouldn't just be done with buying a power adapter for your laptop, but you would need one for all of your electronics, right? So it's much cheaper to just get the nice and compact
It's the same with code. It's the same with code. You don't want to rewrite your business logic because it should be independent of the platform where you're running your application. So no, we never tried to migrate everything to Kubernetes, but on the other side, we tried to migrate our business logic to GraphQL, and that changed a lot of things, but a lot of functions stayed the same. We fortunately managed to delete a lot of functions and replace them with some other services, but the business logic still stayed the same.
Okay, I think we have time for one last question. Aaron wants to know, I heard MongoDB has bad performance on serverless deployments. Is that why you migrated to DynamoDB?
So no, we didn't saw that bad performance, at least not in our application. But what was the problem with MongoDB was that we still own the infrastructure for that MongoDB. We need to scale that database, and sometimes we have a lot of traffic because, for example, Slack is sending us a lot of webhooks, and people are using our applications. So instead of having a non-serverless database, we try to migrate to DynamoDB because that database is fully serverless. It will automatically scale. We had a bug, and in a month we had like 250 million write requests to our database in addition to what we normally have. And yeah, it just survived. Our bill was like $300 more, but yeah, everything just worked.
Okay, cool. Thank you for answering all the questions. There were a few more questions, and for answering those, please join Slobodan in the speaker room on Spatial Chat. Thank you so much for joining us on this evening.
Thank you.
Bye. And everybody else, please go to slido.com and leave a rating for Slobodan's talk. And with that, I leave you in the very capable hands of the man, the meme, Laka.
And in true conference fashion, I talked and I was muted, and I can't say my joke again. But I'd like to thank one of our partners. Thank you, Anna, by the way. That was a really good introduction. The man, the meme is going to stick for a while. I'd like to also thank one of our partners, testingjavascript.com by Kent C. Dodds. You've probably seen Kent yesterday on his panel. Testingjavascript.com is one of the best places to learn how you can increase the quality and stability of your application. The coupon to get the 25% discount on a pro license was shared on the conference tweetos, so follow our page, at TestJS Summit. I'd also like to ask you to give a big round of applause to our lightning talk speakers. Victor, Bonnie, and Dimitri are gonna all have their talks, after which we're gonna all come back here for a little Q&A. So don't forget to go in Discord and drop questions for each of them, and then we're gonna go see what they have to say. Without further ado, please welcome the first lightning talk speaker.
Thank you for coming to this talk, where I'm going to talk about why I switched from Enzyme to React Testing Library when it comes to testing React. So Enzyme and React Testing Library, they do the same job. Basically, if you're running unit and integration tests without a browser, you need a virtual DOM. You need a DOM so that you can interact with your app and so that you can test your app's behavior, which is the point of testing after all. Here's a very brief timeline. In 2016, Enzyme was first released by Airbnb. And then in 2018, React Testing Library was first released by Kent C. Dodds. I said it was going to be brief. This just gives you a backdrop to know that when I started testing React in 2016, I used Enzyme because Testing Library didn't exist. Enzyme also fit very well with my mode of testing. I liked to have very meticulous testing, a lot of unit testing that was really isolated using a lot of mocks. And because it was isolated, I needed to test implementation details like state. Fast forward to 2020, and a lot has changed, including the fact that React testing best practices have become better defined. And Testing Library, which helps define and enforce those best practices, is very popular. Now, at first, I was pretty resistant to Testing Library. My approach to testing was under threat. I did not want somebody else telling me how to do my tests. But it became clear that Testing Library wasn't going anywhere. So I decided to give it a try. And it turns out that I am a total convert. So I'm going to give you some of the reasons why I now prefer Testing Library. Testing Library is famously opinionated, meaning that it encourages best practices by making it easy to do the right thing and hard to do the wrong thing. Best practices include interacting with your app the way users would and testing behavior. So basically, your tests take user style input and test user style output, which makes it much more likely that your tests are going to succeed when user behavior is correct and fail when user behavior isn't. As an offshoot of that, your tests are not going to need to be rewritten when you refactor your code. And by refactoring, I mean you change how your code is written, but you don't change the behavior. So React is constantly evolving. Recently, there's been a shift from class-based components to functional components, and your app will evolve with React, but as long as the behavior isn't changing, your tests don't need updating. Another best practice encouraged by React testing library is accessible code. They recommend finding items the same way screen readers or other assistive technologies would. My code has become so much more accessible since I've started using testing library. I've just become a lot more aware of accessibility. It's possible in Enzyme to find elements based on accessibility handles, but it's much more difficult. Now I would like to talk about two libraries in the testing library ecosystem that really improve your code. And so I want to show you some contrast between how the code would look in Enzyme and how it looks in testing library. So the first library is user event, and this is for interactions. So let's take an example where as part of your test, you need to type input into a text input. In Enzyme, your code would look like this. You would be simulating a change, and the change is that you would be changing the target value. This is not terribly readable. And it also doesn't mimic how users interact. Users don't send change events. Testing library with user event, on the other hand, is much more readable. You are typing hello world into your element. This also has options where you can simulate user behavior even more in a more detailed way, using typing delays, clicking the element before typing, and so forth. So big improvement here. Just DOM assertions also improve upon the assertions that you can use in Enzyme. And for this, I'm going to use the example of asserting that an element is no longer visible after some user interaction. In Enzyme, you can expect that your property style will have visibility hidden. So this is also kind of cumbersome code-wise, and it doesn't even cover all of the possibilities. There are lots of other reasons your element might not be visible, like display and opacity. With just DOM, you have this beautiful, succinct, expect my element not to be visible. So it's more readable, and it also checks for all of the reasons that your element might not be showing up on the page. So in conclusion, these are the reasons that I have come to prefer testing library. It is opinionated, which makes it easy to follow best practices. It encourages accessible code to make sure that your tests can find elements in the same way assistive technologies can. And the code is just better. It's more readable, and it simulates more how users actually interact. User event is very helpful for interactions, and just DOM is helpful for assertions. All in all, gets my stamp of approval.
Hello, everyone, and thank you for joining to the life-changing magic of tidying up your test warnings. Today, we're going to be talking about preventing test warnings with two goals in mind. The first one is going to be to prevent bugs. This is the most important one. And the second one is to improve developer experience. A little bit about myself. My name is Victor Cordova. I work at TravelPerk, which is a Barcelona startup. We are building the world's best business travel platform. So if you're interested, please feel free to join us. All right, so let's start by asking, what are test warnings for? Test warnings are essentially messages created by developers of third-party libraries or other technologies that give us clues about what to avoid. For example, We want to definitely avoid bugs. We want to avoid performance issues. We want to avoid security concerns, amongst many others. This is just a very small sample. We also have accessibility issues, deprecations, and so on. Now, the thing about warnings is that they tend to accumulate with time, and it's worth it to ask why this is the case. The first one is because they're pretty easy to ignore. So essentially, test warnings are just text being generated either in your local machine or on another server. So this text by itself doesn't do anything. The second reason is because they don't make your CI fail. As developers, we all know that we pay much more attention to this red color that pops up whenever something fails. And finally, because they usually are not a priority. We live in a complex world. We have product tasks, technical tasks, so warnings can easily go to the end of this list. Now, it's important to ask, why do we even care, honestly? I asked myself that. So what happens if we ignore warnings? And I'm gonna give you a very small sample of what can happen. This is a small application with a book inventory where we have the title, the registration date, and the condition of the book. So let's imagine I'm gonna fill this right now. I'm gonna put fair, good, and terrible. So now I'm gonna try to use this sorting functionality, and we'll see that everything but the condition is sorted. Now, why is this concerning? Because this might very easily be your output in the test run. So everything is green, which is really not a reflection of what's happening. So React, which is just an example, will give you a warning that says every element must have a unique key. That's why we need to pay attention to these warnings. This is the developer experience side of things. If you're trying to do TDD, if you're trying to debug an issue, nobody wants to see this. It's quite annoying. It's difficult to find important stuff. So the developer experience is affected. Now, we can ask ourselves what we do about it. It's a very common issue in large applications, legacy applications, and it kind of feels sometimes like we really can't do anything. But we're engineers, so let's use some automation. So I created this very small library. It's called JSReporter Log Validator, and it allows you to add these different rules to your warnings so that your team doesn't create new ones. The first feature it has is that you can add validations for certain patterns. As you will see, it's not a single string for each one of the patterns because sometimes they have a dynamic part. You can put a maximum. So you are basically saying, okay, we know we have this number of warnings of this type, but I don't want any more. The second one is that you can have a fail-safe for unavoidable warnings. We sometimes install third-party libraries that generate messages we don't want, but we cannot do anything about it at times, so we can just ignore it for now. We also have an option to fail if an unknown warning is found. So again, we have this, let's say, registry of allowed warnings. If something else comes up, let's say you create a pull request updating the new version of a library, then you will know in your build that it has to fail. And if you want it to pass, then you will add it to this config, but at least you will be explicit. And finally, let's say you are actually starting to fix your warnings. You said, okay, this warning, you cannot change router. I don't want it anymore, and I want to fix it. So somebody fixes it, but you want this to disappear. You don't want to allow for anymore. So this last setting allows you to keep this up to date. This is an example of how it looks like. It will give you a nice summary of what's the expected behavior, what failed, and what you can do about it. Just a small caveat, this library is in early stages, so feel free to play around with it and also to give some feedback. But this is just an example of how you can use automation to fix this issue. Now, we live in a world where projects usually have these large amounts of warnings, as I mentioned before. So what do we do if we already have a lot of them? This kind of projects, like I presented, will prevent new ones from being added. But what do we do about the other ones? I would just suggest doing a very simple analysis and distribution of work. So doing this 80-20 analysis will probably give you very good results because in my experience, test warnings tend to focus in a very small subset of files. So if you identify which ones are actually giving you trouble, you can prioritize and start solving those, because again, we have to prioritize. So we need to prioritize based on the risk and effort. If you have a warning that's actually giving you potential bugs like the one I showed, but you have others, which is a deprecation warning of a library you'll be moving away from, let's say you move from Moment to Day.js, then it's really not important at the moment. And finally, of course, we need to organize and distribute the work. So this is really important amongst different teams when you're dealing with a large application, so that you can actually solve it piece by piece. So just a small summary, I would encourage you in one line, basically, to establish an anti-warning culture, also to use automation to your advantage, and finally, to address the existing warnings because they are worth it. So that's everything for me. Thank you very much for listening.
Hey everybody! I'm really excited to be here today and to talk about visual regression. My name is Dmitry, I'm from Ukraine, working full-time at Cypress.io and doing some work at the open source community. Let's start. Today we've been talking a lot about UI testing, but you probably will agree that the hardest part of UI testing is to test how UI looks for users, right? Because computers don't know anything about UI. And that's where visual regression gives us a lot of value. Let's roll over a simple example of visual regression and then dive into the process. So here's an example. A simple screenshot of the Cypress.io homepage. And here's the next screenshot. You probably spot the difference, right? Because they're changing too quickly. But visual regression can do this automatically. You can see that there are two changes in between of the screenshots. And this is extremely helpful when we want to build a stable and reliable system. It makes us confident about how our UI changes for real users. But in my experience, visual regression is also an extremely flaky test category. You probably know this reason when literally each second screenshot, each second commit has some visual regression noise, and like we all are humans and we are get used to this, starting ignoring them, auto-approving, and so on and so forth. And this is a problem because once it becomes flaky, it lost the value. So today I'd like to discuss this problem by diving into visual regression, how it works under the hood, and try to get this knowledge and use this to build more reliable visual regression. So under the hood of visual regression always contains 4 simple steps. Firstly, you need to load a page, then you need to make a screenshot, compare it with previous approved version, and save the difference. Looks pretty easy, but each of these steps has its own hidden problems, and I'd like to discuss it. So first of all, you need to load a page. But that's not enough to just load a page using your favorite browser-based test runner like Cypress, right? You need to make this page predictable. And this is a problem, especially when you are not using visual regression services. Because when your page is not in the stable state, you can easily get a lot of noise. Like for example here, most of the screenshots has sections that are changing from time to time, like the inline videos or changing carousel by timeout. And everything, all of this, can easily broke the visual regression process. Also animation, times, random values can easily break this. So we need to be careful about this. But that's not everything we should care about. Also, the different UI is possible even when you are running the same code, but in different operation system or in different browsers. Just because the different layout systems or different like operation system itself can produce layout shifts or different default view, so this will break our code. And this is a real problem, which is perfectly solved by visual regression services, but it gives a lot of problem for people that are trying to make the visual regression by themselves. Visual regression services solve this by loading your HTML not the screenshot but HTML, running this HTML with all the styles in the specified browser, and only there to make a screenshot and compare it. But you can get the same level of predictability by running all of your tasks and only run your visual regression tasks in Docker. It can be even reasonable to make a specific separate amount of tasks only for visual regression and run it only in Docker, even approve it in Docker. And this will make you confidence that your tasks are running in the same environment and does not give a lot of noise and layout shifts in between of local machines of developers. But there's also an interesting middle between these two approaches. It's a project called Visual Regression Tracker that gives you an ability to run these tasks inside the Docker in the self-hosted service, gives you an interface that allows to approve the screenshot and is giving you the same level of predictability as visual regression services, but self-hosted. I'm sure this project will make a future of visual regression. But then you need to make a screenshot, right? But which one? And here is a problem, because I'm constantly seeing, especially in Cypress community, that people are using default Cypress resolution or some small resolution that are honestly not used by nobody in the world. Yeah, we need to ensure that we are testing our UI over that resolutions that are used by our users. You can easily get this information from any analytics tool. For example, here is the stats of my personal website, and you can see that most of my users are using this weird resolution of some tablet. And honestly, I'm not testing my website over this resolution, and you probably know how it can be easy to lose some visual defect when this resolution is not widely popular or too big, for example. And you need to ensure that you are testing over this resolution that's used by your users. And that's actually weird that by default visual regression tools and services are not using the most popular resolutions, like for example Full HD. And the reason of this that we are doing screenshot testing over the small images is that the comparison of screenshots is really slow. In order to compare two images with a Full HD resolution, you need to iterate over 2 million pixels, calculate the difference between each one using specialized formula, and only then save the difference. It's a pretty hard and performant task for not performant friendly task for computers, especially when you're trying to do this in JavaScript. And that's why I created and I'm right now working on the library called ODIF that allows you to do the image comparison not in JavaScript but in native more performant language, and save you a lot of time and allow you to test that screenshots that you want and make it fast. So we probably are out of time, so let's discuss a conclusion and a key to painless visual regression. You need to ensure that your tests are running in the same environment, and you need to ensure that you don't have any unstable content on your page, even if you're using visual regression services. And you also need to test your UI over that resolutions that are used by your users and not just fast or performance friendly for some service. And that's it. I'm happy to be here. Thank you and bye.
Thank you so much, Bonnie, Victor, and Dimitri. Those were really good lightning talks. I'm not going to compare them to yesterday's lightning talks. You know what? I'm going to compare them to yesterday's lightning talks just because I emceed these ones. I say these ones are the best. We've got a bunch of questions for you. So if you could please join me on the stage, that would be amazing.
Hi, Alex.
Hello.
Hey.
Hello.
Hey, thank you for the talks. They were really, really good. I've got questions for all of you, so I'm gonna ask them for each of you individually. The question we got for Bonnie was, how can I use both enzyme and testing library at the same time?
Yeah, so I totally understand if you have a large code base that has a lot of enzyme tests already, that it might be hard to switch them all over to testing library all at once. It's totally fine to run some of your tests with enzyme and some of your tests, like if you want to write your new tests with testing library as you're switching over your old tests, it's just not a problem. You just import enzyme in the enzyme dependencies in your test files that are using enzyme and the testing library dependencies in the ones that are using testing library.
I want to say that makes a lot of sense, but they already made a meme of it in the fan channel. You know what? It's the end of the conference. That actually makes a lot of sense.
Just say it, Alex. Just own it.
That makes a lot of sense. I think I
Thank you. Thank you very much.
That makes a lot of sense. I've got a question for Victor as well. Victor, is increasing the severity from warning to error going to help fix them faster?
Yeah, I would definitely say that, I mean, whether or not you solve them faster depends on how you allocate time. That's, for me, one of the biggest issues, that you have to prioritize it with your team and start solving the ones that are already there. For the new ones, I would say yes, definitely. As I said in the talk, not all of the warnings, in my opinion, deserve like taking a look at the moment. If you have some third-party library warnings, you sometimes cannot do anything about it right now. So you can just defer that. Some warnings, to be honest, are not super high priority. But the thing is, not just sweeping it under the rug and forgetting about them. I think that's the main takeaway. So unfortunately, as developers, if it doesn't fail, we won't pay attention. So I would say it does help.
That sounds good. That doesn't make a lot of sense. That sounds good. I feel like I can break this habit. I've got a follow-up question for you. What happens when I have warnings in like third-party libraries? It's not necessarily my code. How do I deal with those?
Yeah, definitely. So I mean, in some cases, you can just not do anything about it. I wouldn't advise that you ignore all that you use something to suppress all the warnings, because that's another option. You can write a custom reporter and just ignore all of them, but you will sooner or later have some issues because of that, maybe in production. So if you use something like the library I propose or something that comes up later, I would say you just have to add them to the known warnings in your project and try to address them, or maybe create a ticket in the project, because you really shouldn't have warnings that aren't useful. So those are some of the strategies I would suggest.
Thank you for that. Thank you for that. I've got some questions for Dimitri as well. How can you combine visual tests with regular functional tests written in WebDriver or Cypress?
Yeah, thanks for a good question. The automation functional test is probably the best place to make the visual regression, because you have already loaded a page and you can make a screenshot right there and compare it with the previous one. But sometimes, especially if you want to make it on your own, it becomes really flaky when you're trying to combine it with your regular test suite. So it may be reasonable to create a little bit different project for testing using probably the same automation testing tool that you're using, like WebDriver or Cypress, that will load your tests in predictable environment. So you will be sure that all the elements on the page are loaded, they are stable enough. You will make a screenshot and then compare it in the predictable environment on the same operation system and the same browser. And that's probably the best way to achieve the stable visual regression.
That's really good. I've got a follow-up question from someone in the audience. Dimitri, how do you prioritize what pages need visual regression testing when you're just getting started?
I would say probably pages that are most visited by your users are the best priority for the pages, because once you are getting some kind of visual regression for the page, some problem, some bug, it is easy to lost it without if you are moving fast and seeing all the changes. So in order to ensure that your application looks predictable for all the users, you can get the statistics for most visited page on your application, and that will be your priority list for visual regression.
Okay, that makes sense. I swear that actually makes a lot of sense. I'm gonna own it. That actually makes a lot of sense. It actually makes a lot of sense. It doesn't look like we've got a lot more questions, so I'd like to take the opportunity to thank all of you for the lightning talks. I think it was a really good way to end the conference. So thank you so much, Bonnie, Victor, and Dimitri.
Thanks to you.
Yeah, thank you.
And now I'd like to kind of go into a realm where everybody has been having fun today, and that's our Twitter hashtag TestJS Summit and our Twitter raffle. If we're gonna start showing where everybody has been seeing the conference from, I'd like my co-MCs Anna and Metin to kind of join me in looking at the Twitter thread.
That's me,
drum
right?
roll. Are we gonna do drum roll? Yeah.
Yeah. Let's just go and see the nice submissions we have. I've seen a lot of them already coming along on Twitter. So first one is from Artscene VT.
Is that math on the second monitor?
It's some graphs, so probably, yeah.
Oh.
Watching on the television by Prustibat. Nice. Perfect Friday evening. Oh. There's some nice dices, or is it Rubik's cubes?
It's Rubik's cubes, I think.
Ooh.
Impressive.
And I think it was his birthday. I think it was his birthday. So happy birthday,
Oh, happy
Prustibat.
birthday!
Should we sing a song?
No.
No.
I don't want to torture anybody's ears. Are you crazy?
Oh. I can sing really pretty, but okay, I'll spare you.
Go for it.
Darren.
You can sing alone.
I'll mute the microphone and sing.
Cheers, Darren. I need one of those
Cheers,
afterwards
Darren.
as well.
I'm still on coffee tonight. I haven't switched to beer, but I think it counts.
Tea.
I just had some water. You like my water bottle?
It's a green water bottle.
Oh, freaky.
Gizem is also watching, and she's watching me and Gleb. Amazing. That's a nice picture. Claire is watching from home, of course. Claire, you're not allowed out. Good girl.
I think this is the first person who's not watching from their desk, and that was good. Oh wow. We're entertainment. We're practically entertainment on the big screen.
Nice watching with the whole family. Tai, cool.
Oh, I love the hat. That's an awesome hat, Andrew. And I think I have the same T-shirt. Task failed successfully. Perfect for a testing conference.
Nice. Hey, Jeremy.
Oh, I think I'm poorly dressed. I have one of the T-shirts that say it's a feature, not a bug. I should have worn that one.
Missed chance here.
Oh, you're representing your company,
Next
right?
year. Yeah, well, if they ever call me back to MC the conference next year, it's a feature, not a bug.
Oh, we already discussed that. It's not happening. No.
Oh no.
Manuel,
love
with
the
nice
racing
gaming
chair, by the
chair and a tablet set up, drinking water, looks like.
And my
it's Game of
face
Thrones
big on the screen.
Twice even.
Yes, twice even.
It's part of the Anna fan club.
I'm in a mood now.
And he's also a Game of Thrones fan. Good to see. And Limoraira. I think she was also
looks
part
really
of her...
similar to day one.
Yeah,
like this is the
so
same
too.
setup as day one.
Yeah, you should have moved stuff around, make it more interesting. Or is there some hidden things we can't see? We'll see. But now let's first go to our Wheel of Fortune.
Ooh, who's gonna push the button? Who's gonna push the button for the Wheel of Fortune? I don't have the power.
Oh, we
Perfect.
have
So
used
let's,
them. Listen, spin it. 3,
2,
1,
go!
Push the button.
Lift off.
And once again, the winner gets a Git Nation multi-pass that's worth $400. Or hey!
Andrew, with the awesome
Andrew.
hat. Congratulations.
I think his name on Discord is AutoGibbon, because AutoGibbon is saying on Discord, "Oi, thank you." Enjoy, Andrew. Oh, it's not.
Was worth a try.
Oh, this is the evil twin. Okay, he's stealing his identity. It's illegal identity theft. Let's go for the second spin. 3,
2,
1.
Go, 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 go.
Push the button.
I'm missing this rattling sound. And Jeremy,
Congratulations.
Then I hope to see Andrew and Jeremy at other great Git Nation events. We will be in contact over Twitter and how to give you your multi-pass. See you soon there. And with that, I think there's nothing else to do but give the word to Anna.
Thank you so much. For one last time, I would like you all to go to testjssummit.com/feedback and fill in the form. Tell us what you liked. Remember to put in there, this makes sense. And tell us what we can improve upon next time. And maybe send one last round of applause to the community channel. And with that, unfortunately, we're at the end.
Yes.
Oh no.
Thank you all for joining. I had a great time, great laughs, and some knowledge sharing.
Yes. 2 very amazing days.
Mm-hmm. Did you enjoy yourself, Alex?
To be honest, I'm gonna stop referring to myself as Laka. I'm gonna start referring to myself as the legend, the man, the meme, the legend. So thank you for that. Thank you for that. It's going to make it easier to think about Anna as a state of mind. I don't exactly know what Anna as a state of mind is. So whenever people ask me how I feel, I'm going to just say Anna. I feel Anna. That's going to be my default from now on. I feel like it applies for a lot of different situations.
If we ever meet again, maybe we should print T-shirts of that with like, makes sense.
Good idea. But for now, we have to call it a night. So it's been a good day. Goodbye.
Thank you all
everyone.
for joining us.
It's fun. It's been fun.
Thank you.
Night.
That's that. Bye.
Bye.
If I could share a best practice with the user community, I would like to tell you that your tests are too long. Everyone's tests are too long, don't feel bad about it. But when your tests are longer, they're harder to make parallelized, they're harder to repeat, they're harder to diagnose, and you can't make as much use of the test metadata you have.
As a developer, you need to deliver fast, and you simply don't have the time to constantly think about security. Neuralegion can help. We give you, the developer, comprehensive and fast security testing automation for your entire application on every pull request. With every new pull request, Nexploit will run all the security tests your app needs without false positives. We can integrate directly with your CI/CD pipelines, whatever your environment. So what are you waiting for? Add Nexploit to your project and start doing unit security testing today.
I'm walking alone, the streets are empty. The only thing I can see is my own silhouette. I'm getting stronger, step by step.
If I could share a best practice with the user community, I would like to tell you that your tests are too long. Everyone's tests are too long, don't feel bad about it. But when your tests are longer, they're harder to make parallelized, they're harder to repeat, they're harder to diagnose, and you can't make as much use of the test metadata you have.
We are heroes tonight. Yeah. We are heroes tonight. We will fly above the sky. We are heroes and don't show any fear. I've been flying from town to town, from London to
If I could share a best practice with the user community, I would like to tell you that your tests are too long. Everyone's tests are too long, don't feel bad about it. But when your tests are longer, they're harder to make parallelized, they're harder to repeat, they're harder to diagnose, and you can't make as much use of the test metadata you have.